Doctor. Doctor. Doctor.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I could see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be balance.
Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like, without
Is
a doubt.
going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think it's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
Poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Or criminal justice? It's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what
For that person, hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
You know, shit like that.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Yo, DJ Hampton Stampede, we in the building.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
What's
that.
poppin', man? What's up, bro?
Going on?
You tell me, man. What your shirt say?
It says Black Queen.
Is that right?
Shit like that. Shit
Black
like
Queens on the panel.
How was working all that?
It's Black History Month. I do what I do. Get my paycheck and move on.
What? You don't act. You gonna be acting up in Black History Month and shit? Huh? You sure? How you be treating white folks? Keep it real.
I did the other day, but he caught me, so I had to. Wow.
What you told him?
He was asking me how long I was in my profession.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to let him know. 16 years.
Mm-hmm. And did you look up his Instagram too?
Nah, because then he gonna say it's discriminatory because he gay. So I was like, nah, I better not.
Damn.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
that. Okay. Japrice was good.
Oh, we're good. Hi. Good evening.
What's good? How you?
Pretty good. A little scratchy on my throat though.
Why?
I don't know. I think it's the weather. I'm in California. It's like raining like crazy over here.
Is that usual?
No, it's like somebody's messing with the weather machine. Like it was hot and now it's raining. It's raining. Yeah, it's crazy. So, and I usually take the boys out to the park, so I'm out in the weather.
I'm getting flashbacks. When I used to play football, I used to have a visor, and I'm looking at your glass. I'm getting like a. Wow! Damn, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
That's what's up, man. Tay, what's popping?
Hey y'all, hey, what's going on here?
You tell me, man.
Ain't that much, man. It's Black History Month. I'm black and I'm proud.
Yeah, you got any History Month specials?
Listen, it's always a special. We got them Valentine's Day specials. Y'all go ahead and hit the site up, see what I got going on. Pleasureplug.fun, because that's what we do.
What can they get? Is it like dildos and shit like that, or?
You know what? Well, you always start there. You can get that if you need that. I got that, but you need body butters. You a little ashy during the wintertime. I got you. You need to smell good. Keep that stuff balanced. I got you. You wash yourself. You need that. I got that. Yes, sir.
All right.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Nay, what's popping?
What's up, man? What's up, ladies?
Good,
Happy Black
man.
History Month.
What's the word? What you got going on for so-called Black History Month?
This Friday, I'm actually leading a class discussion at Wesleyan.
Okay.
On some social justice, and then at the end of the month, a featured local Black author at the Wesleyan bookstore.
Nice, congratulations, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
What y'all fake outraging about at Wesleyan?
This is like my 6th year. I usually lead a class discussion, but it depends on what the class is about that particular day. He didn't really tell me yet, the professor.
Okay. That's what's up, man. We proud of you, man. That's dope. Let me see who in the chat. Let me see where these likes is at first.
Can you say hello to me? What are we doing?
I saw you earlier.
It don't matter. You see me again now. What's up?
What's up, Asia?
I'm cool. I'm chilling, cooling out.
Where's your? Hold on, let me check something real quick. Oh, hold on, let me change that.
Hamp, don't do it.
What?
It's on site when I see you. Do not change my name.
You good? I'm not changing your name.
You're such a jerk.
Okay, what's good? You all right? How you from earlier? Left me hanging. I was up there for 7 hours.
I gave you a good springboard. I cooked you a little bit and then I left, and then you did your thing.
Stop the cap.
Got smoke.
No.
Don Winkler. Oh, became a member. Salute. Souls on. Appreciate you, Tato.
Hamp, turn it up just a little bit.
Okay. Brina. More. How about this one though? See, those is loud, right?
Low. It's low.
This is low.
Didn't even hear it.
Really?
Shit like that. Shit like that.
That's loud. That's good.
All right. Some of them, I think, it'd be overdoing it. Brina, appreciate you if you become a member. Let me see. Normal Nerd say y'all gonna be on some bullshit, man. So Lionel in the building. We got Mel in the building. Tatum in the building. Maya was popping. Daryl was popping. Tina in the building. Bub in the building. Chocolate Bunny, controversial, fresh. Dre Slay, salute my brother. I appreciate you. Mr. JTK, you already know. Shiesty Bum in the building. Yeah, it might get spooky, man. Dragonfly in the building. What up? Impressed, we see you. Almond Eyes, of course. Pack was popping. Bishop. Oh, Alpha Omega. All right, we in here, man. Vibes, what's up? I like it, man. Salute. Let me check the likes real quick, man. We got 190 people and 80 likes. What you think?
It's not good enough.
Come on, man. Likes need to get to what? What would you say?
100. Where we at? We said 180 watching?
Yeah, 185 right now. And 82 likes.
Come on, y'all. Get to 120 at least.
Minimum.
120, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up, man. It's very important. Plastic Spoon, Dario, what's good? Miles, what's up? Travel, what's up? Matt, what up? Lauren, what up? Abide by the Code was popping. We got to get the likes up to at least 120, man. Let's do it. Likes at 104, man. Check. Come on, y'all taking too long. That wasn't even a lot. Yo, what up? Ink was popping. You still ain't get your book? Quincy was good. D, what up? Chocolate Bunny, we see you. Likes up, man. Jeremiah was popping. Kelly Bev. We at 122. Indeed. Without the smack. All right, love, they got the 123. You ready? DF was popping. Shout out to DJ Witch Doctor, man. DJ Witch Doctor for the beat, bro. Somebody drop DJ Witch Doctor channel in here. I think it's for all humans. I think he changed it. So like, all right, y'all good?
Let's get it.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I feel like this is the most appropriate sound effect I got.
Too bad we can't hear it.
Damn, man. What's wrong with this shit? Hold on. I was using this shit all day. Huh? You hear now?
It's distorted. It's a little bit louder, but it's distorted.
All right, I'll figure it out.
You might have overused it earlier.
Feeling good. All right. How do black men measure up to their counterparts? You know, y'all be here for most of the episodes, right?
All of them.
That's
one of them.
Y'all disagreeable. Y'all unmarried. Y'all got all these goddamn kids with no fathers. Y'all ain't making no money. Y'all got the most evicted, right? You enroll in college, but y'all niggas don't finish. And then when you do get a degree, it ain't worth shit because you can't make no money from it. Know what I mean? All the businesses y'all start is full of lashes and weave that you get from the Oriental man. Anyway. So I just wanted, you know what I mean? I'm wild bugging, or is that what we be hearing?
You forgot we got the highest debt too.
Yeah, you got the highest debt. You got the highest debt. Anything else I missed? Yeah, out of shape. Anything else?
After 35, we're not attracted.
We hit the wall.
We hit the
Oh,
wall.
aren't you? No, you guys are the most unattractive along with Asian men, right?
We said unattractive. That's what I said.
Anything else? Damn, y'all doing bad.
Oh, we're the most abusers. We abuse our children.
Oh, counterparts the wrong word. 'Cause that would be y'all, right? Would it be peers or would it be? I know it's fine, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
To dig too deep into it. So let's start with what we see, right? Let's hold off on some of the numbers very quick. Japrice. Black men's conduct in the earth. How do you think black men conduct themselves as compared to their counterparts?
Well, first I will just start off by saying that as a whole, I think that they don't speak proper English. Like they don't articulate themselves well. Opposed to their counterparts like Asians or whites or I think that when black men like speak, and I'm speaking as a whole, I'm not like, of course there are some that there are a group that don't, but if we're gonna go by to generalizations, I'm gonna say that they don't articulate themselves well. Like their English, they don't know how to communicate. For lack of better words, yeah.
Okay. What about overall how we carry ourselves? You think we carry ourselves well?
Okay, so I believe there's like different categories. So are you talking about like maybe the way they dress or maybe the way like can you kind of like
dress? Yeah, let's say dress.
Okay.
Talk, act in public spaces.
Okay.
Do we have decorum compared to our counterparts or what?
Okay, so as far as like dressing, unfortunately, I think they dress kind of like children. I don't know. It's a lot of jeans and t-shirts.
Yeah, like backwards hats and shit.
Sneakers and stuff. Yeah, t-shirts, jeans, and sneakers a lot. I don't think there's anything like really wrong with it, but I don't think that it should be something that you should be wearing all the time. Yeah.
So you think we dress too casual? How about our conduct in public spaces? Like the train.
I've never been on a train.
So
yeah.
You wouldn't know?
No. I don't really know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So baseball caps, we dress like children. We can't talk. What are you trying to say? We talk like slaves?
I think that you guys talk, as far as your education goes, like as far as maybe like how your household, as far as maybe your dad and your mom, it's slang. I don't know if in other cultures, but like in the Black culture, there's like almost two forms of languages. There's proper English and there's slang, and then the slang is like really acceptable. Like no one corrects like acts. No, it's not acts, it's ask. It's just little stuff like that. Or why you acting. It's not acting, it's acting. Those kind of things. Yeah. And I think it's acceptable. No one really like checks it. So they just go on through life, with it. And
okay, so you saying we say shit like brother, mother, other.
Yeah, especially in like I don't mean to offend anybody, but New Yorkers.
I was waiting for it. Go ahead.
No, Miss Nay, you realize that she's talking about men, right?
But still, I'm a New Yorker. I love my New York.
All right, go ahead and finish. Obviously, she don't understand the game plan. Like it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And people from like the deep South, it literally sounds like they're talking a whole different language. I'm like,
Normal say, yo, watch your mouth. He do say mouth way more than mouth for sure.
It's a whole different language. It's like, what did you just say? Yeah. So I mean, I don't know.
Damn.
Raining hard.
Oh, you know what else? The priest like, nah, I mean.
Yeah,
You know what
that's
I'm saying?
yeah, that's the filler words. There's a lot of filler words. Like I even fall for things. I always say like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? What else?
You feel me?
You feel me? Like that, like what? No, I don't. Like explain yourself.
Wow. Damn. How them niggas be acting on that train, Tay?
A fool. Well, it depends on what line you on, but it depends on where you going.
Orange.
I don't be on there.
It's that line, Tay. Tell them it's that green line. They be acting up.
Yeah, too, child. I be trying to get to where I'm going and get on off. Okay. But not okay. So I do agree with the the way that like the conduct in terms of some of what I don't want to say your name wrong, Miss J. I'm sorry, Mrs. J. Caprice. So I agree with the slang thing. But I will say I think there's a difference between like a local dialect versus slang that like general like everybody uses. You know, like nigga. You know, like that's slang that kind of like everybody uses, but they might say it different or it might come with a different spice. So I do agree it's a little too like it's not really attractive, to answer your question pretty much, Hamp. It's not like something I'd be warm and fuzzy and open to, if that makes sense.
So if he like paw me shorty.
No, because no.
That wouldn't work for you?
No, I don't like that. If you're approaching me, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, how about good evening? My name is Bob. How are you?
Come on now. I ain't saying you got to do all that. I'm just saying, like, I'm not your shorty. I'm not your mama. I'm not none of those things. If you would like to know my name, you should ask, but you should first tell me yours. Like, you should be polite about it. I don't think it should just be like, hey, Ma, I'm going to say, what's up? And keep it moving. Like, I'm not going to stop for that, though. But the thing is...
Wait. So I ain't have to do all that. So good evening. My name is Bob. How are you? That's too much? That's all that?
No, because I feel like you was putting a little stank on it. But I mean, if you sound like a weatherman, sir, come on. Unless that's your job, I don't expect you to really sound like that. Just, hey, how you doing is fine. It don't have to be hey, Ma, or hey, something another that I'm not. You know what I mean?
What about hey, love? That works?
That's too endearing for me. I don't feel comfortable with that. No. Sorry.
So basically,
unless he's an old man, he let's see an old cat, then I'll accept that because he's just a player, you know. I'll just hear him out. But
y'all don't know what the fuck y'all want. Let's stay off that for a second, because good evening was too much, but hey, love is too endearing. This is weird.
His name is Bob. He just got finished on the Channel 5 News. Stop. No.
I guess it's because they don't know, like, they don't know when to turn it off or when to use it. They don't like. I don't know, I don't know what you call it, but awareness, I should say. Awareness on when to use it, how to use it. You know, I guess maybe that was too formal for Tay for you to say, good evening, my name is Bob. Or you could just say like, hi, how are you doing? My name is Bob, you know, or like that instead of what's up, yo, what up?
So, but, yeah. Miss Nay, what do you think about the clothing that it's assumed that black men select as opposed to their 38-year-old counterparts?
I'll be honest, I had to disagree. I don't think that all black men just dress in t-shirts and jeans. And
we didn't say all.
Well, a majority of them, but make it seem as though you guys just wear baseball caps and stuff like that. I'm a New Yorker, Miss J, and so I am used to.
She doesn't understand, love.
I'm used to black guys who will really dress nice. So I'm like, when you said that, I was like, wow, they don't all just wear baseball caps and t-shirts. Some of them might wear button downs. Sometimes they wear khakis too. But you gave the impression that they only dress like a hoodlum or a thug or whatever.
Seriously, man, I told you.
I don't think that.
So you keep saying some, and I don't know why we have to keep having this conversation. She was saying that that's the sentiment. That's a stereotype. When you see niggas, they in sneakers and hoodies, regardless of New York. I stop defending New York
I
like
don't
New
think
York.
that though.
New York don't give a fuck about you. So
Well,
stop
yes, it
defending
does.
New York
Yes, it
like New
does.
York
I'm
got
gonna defend
affinity
where I'm
for
from.
you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, nigga, if you step a pinky toe past the
But
Bronx,
there's
nobody
different parts of New
notice you.
York. There's different parts, and I grew up in different
Yeah,
parts.
yeah,
So
but I'm saying y'all niggas act like New York love you back. Come on, man.
it does.
Like,
Thank you very much. Why
you
you
gonna be
hating? Because
eating
you
y'all
want to
niggas up
sound like
and,
you from New York.
spitting y'all out. Come on, man. Stop. I never
Anyway.
lost a fight to no bitch ass New York nigga. Stop.
Oh, God, here you go.
All that
For the
fucking
sake
Pull up in
talking.
New York, Ham.
For the sake of the
Yeah.
conversation, when we're having conversations like this, it's based on generalization. So, of course, not all, okay? But I used to be in the military, so I traveled a lot, and from my experience, from my eyes, baseball caps and t-shirts.
Yeah, I don't have that same experience.
Okay, well, so maybe
man.
maybe it's an age thing.
I could say that it could be an age thing. It could be, but I didn't have that experience. Like I dated guys that was not dressing like that, and that whole that yo how
Right,
Tay was
no,
saying
thanks, Nay.
Mm-mm.
It's funny, right? It's funny. Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. Damn, man. Where the likes at, man? The likes are at 155. We got 321 people, man. Let's let the likes match the people that are present for the conversation. Damn. Yeah. She acting like everybody and their mother don't got fucking Timberland boots. Niggas wear Timbs in the summer. Tim's all year, black, brown, and gravy. Banks got a gun that'll back down the Navy. Niggas be just talking like all right. So, love, is there any fucking other thing else Miss Nay wanna fucking fib about that I need to know about?
Listen,
we good. No, she good. We good. We good.
All right.
You can't change my name back though. Let's talk about that. Change my name back and don't fall into negative stereotypes Miss J talked about. Because you are New York adjacent and you acting real ignorant by changing my name. Put it back, please.
So,
you're a jerk.
Love, what statistics or categories do you think we should start first with in terms of how black men measure up to their counterparts?
Unemployment. That's the first one we should start with.
Unemployment?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it.
Oh, I don't have the stats. Your president does.
Okay.
Yeah.
President Rowe, what say you about the unemployment rates for black men as it stacks up to their counterparts?
Well, it looks like for the most part, the top unemployed from the ages, and they count the ages from 15 on up, the most unemployed is going to be your 16 to 19-year-olds. I don't know if you want to count them, but for the most part, when it comes to every race, black kids from 16 to 19 are between 2022 and 2023 are the most unemployed.
From
when you get 16 to 19-year-olds, when you get into, well, for the most part, black people in general, all for the most part, are the most unemployed in all ages between 16 and 65.
Mm-hmm.
And that's white, Asian, and Hispanic, and black people.
So you're saying black people. So for all we know, the most unemployed could be largely the women that's making that percentage go higher.
It could be, but I've also looked up the stats as far as when it comes to race and sex.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to that, it is most black men. Most black men.
Are what? Unemployed?
Employed.
Do we have percentages to back that up?
Oh, let me see. I thought I put up the percentage. Sorry.
Y'all gonna lose this one.
That's your president.
Oh no, that is men. It's men. I'm sorry, Hamp. It is men. Those are the numbers for the men. Men 16 and over. Black men 15.7% between the ages of 16 and 19 in 2022. And in 2023, 13.2. And all the way down, we have the highest numbers between the ages of 25 to 34 is 6.0 in 2022 and 5.5 in 2023. And you can pull it up because I put the link in the back.
Okay, so black men have the highest unemployment rates for all of those age groups.
Correct.
Now, when you say 16 point something, what does that mean? 16% of that age group is unemployed?
16, yes, of that age group. It's broken down into age groups. Then they break it down into sex, and then they break it down into sex and then ages. Women, I'm sorry, between the ages of 18 and 19, I mean, that's 1 year. They rank the highest out of everybody, 20.8 in 2022 and 14.1 in 2023. That's just between the ages of 18 and 19.
Mm-hmm.
That's higher than everybody, every race. I'm not sure what the 18 and 19-year-old women are doing, but those are the stats.
Well, so what is the employment rates for everybody else? Unemployment rates.
Which one do you want to know? What age group?
What's the actual working age after college, and then let's say
you want to say 25 to 54.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, let's do 54, 25 to 54, because then they start to retire. For women, for Black women, it's 5.2 for in 2022, and in 2023 was 4.4. For Black men, 25 to 54, it was 4.7 and 4.9.
Mm-hmm. How about the other racial groups in terms of men?
As far as men, the white group between that age group, 25 to 54, you have 2.8 in 2022 and 3.3 in 2023. When it comes to Asians in that age group, 2.4, 3.7. And when I say the numbers after, it means 22, 23. Mm-hmm. And then for Hispanic, between that age group, is 3.2 and 3.7.
Damn. So Hispanic includes, I guess, everybody. What about, is there a differentiation for Native Americans?
No, they didn't put that stat up.
Okay. So everybody's above us in terms of employment by at least a percentage or two? A percentage and a half?
They're under us. We have the highest.
I mean, yeah, well, that's what I mean. So they are doing better by a percentage or two. So including the Latino man?
Including Latino men.
And is that assumed that these are registered people, not like undocumented?
Correct. These are registered Latino and Hispanic based off the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Damn, that's a real website, right?
That's a government website.
No, it don't say .net, do it?
It says .gov.
All right, just making sure. You know them .nets.
No, we don't use those.
So, okay. So the Latino man, what the fuck do they do? What does Hector and them do?
Oh, no.
I'm not tiptoeing about shit. I ain't y'all. Damn. So what? So he's an what?
Yeah, probably.
You know what it is? And it sounds funny, right? But Hector is willing to do the jobs that we ain't willing to do. What y'all think about that?
It's true.
Hector will wash dishes. He'll carry lumber. He'll wait outside Home Depot. I wonder if that Hector will cut grass like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
the stats say that the majority.
RLC said paint. Paint.
Mm-hmm. The stats say that BLS.gov says that most of the Hispanic or Latino workers work in farming, fishing, and forestry.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, man. All right. I'm trying to think how to fight, but I don't got nothing right now. All right, hold on. Let me reboot. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Everybody's saying Hector in the chat now. Y'all ain't shit, boy. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, hey, pretty ladies, y'all be nice to him. You know he's sensitive as fuck, and he can't handle a little pressure. Shit, as every other panel. Hank with the $2 says, Nay, where's my damn book? Wow. Damn, I don't know, Hank. 6 people ordered it last time. They all got it within a day and a half. So something ain't right. The dating pool with the $2 says, salute, what's popping? Miss Gary S, what's goody? Good evening, him and panel. Greatest show on earth. Indeed. Salute to the earth. The dating pool with the $5 says, temperamental control is lacking. Pride is too front and center. Lacks ego and dick control. Does not respect marriage. All different from their counterpart.
Brother.
I might have to give HQ the link, man.
I need her contact information, please.
I don't have her contact. Matt P with the $5 says,
I'm here for it.
Oh, okay. Jay tread lightly about the men. You cool and all, but you is rocking a windshield on your face. Okay. Callie Bad with the $2 says, I'm a woman, so don't call me bruh, cuz. I be saying bro. Jarice with the $2 says, just say niggas look and sound ignorant. Oh my God. Matt P with the $5 says, hey, I don't like New York niggas either. Invite them to the meetup. Yo. Oh man. AR Smitty was popping with the $2 says, I don't mean to come off too forward. I'm what you want to unmute and say?
I was saying I think that was might have a good way to approach Tay. I think he's referring to that. That's why he said that.
Yeah, maybe it's the middle of the road because you can't be too nice to her, and then you can't use a lot of slang.
So he tried to go middle of the road.
Okay. Joel with the $5 says, so can any of the ladies on this panel please describe this quote unquote swag y'all say y'all like black men to have?
It was me that used swag, but go ahead.
Jeremiah Johnson with the $5 says, keep smiling, Miss Ro. Bless the panel. He back, Ro.
I see.
I ain't seen
you. Go ahead and give.
I ain't seen Jeremiah until you came back.
Give him the number so I can make
see Jeremiah. Oh, I know. Rob Ben was popping says with the $5 says, black men cost the U.S. economy $50 billion per year for being unemployed. What? Jesus Christ, son, kid, Shalom. AR Smitty with the $2 says, post outside Home Depot still get king treatment. Damn, that is true. Hector work long, hard hours. Maria be selling flowers on the corner of Nanny Helen Burroughs and 295, and she still go home and cook like a motherfucker, man.
Shit like that.
Damn. Hey, the help is popping. But the 20 boss says Hector takes the job that Tyrone don't want because Maria respects Hector for working. If Tyrone took those jobs, the percentage age drops and Tyrone is treated like Calvin in the Chappelle skit.
Brother.
All right, so unemployment. So we on the bottom, bro?
We are as far as unemployment, we're on the top because we're the most unemployed.
I mean, I keep on thinking like we have the highest rate of unemployment.
Yeah.
What's next, love?
Violent crime.
Violent crime?
Yeah.
Fuck. All right.
So violent crime. So, but with violent crime, I really wanted to dive into the stats and different categories of what the violent crimes are. Mm-hmm. And oh shoot, certain word I can't. Deletion, right? I say deletion. With deletion, Black men have the highest rate at 53.3%, while their white counterparts are at 44.1%.
What do you mean by that? So Black men are being murdered at a 53% rate?
They are doing the deletion.
So are you saying out of 100 deletions, 53% of them are done by Black men?
Correct. and the 44 out of 100 are done by whites. Now, they did provide a stat for the Hispanics, but that's where it gets kind of shaky because Hispanics I can identify as black or white. So I just kind of eliminated them out of the conversation because you really don't know. It depends. And they didn't break that down on those that identified as which. So,
well,
and then Asians are negligible because they're like 1%. So they're negligible.
Damn, you said well, no, it still matters, right? You saying Asians, is that East Indian included?
It's all included, 1%. Yeah, that's all.
Okay,
that's Indian, like Eastern, like you said.
East Indian, yeah, Asia,
yeah,
and beyond. I guess Japan would be included, right?
All of them.
Now, what if I were to venture that our numbers are skewed because they put all mixed race people because we claim them all, and the dark Latinos with the blacks? What you think about that?
So that right there, and that's why I said with the Hispanic piece, it is sticky because it depends on how they identify, because they may not identify as black, and it could be that they are being identified as I think that you kind of stated it. They're being identified as, and then put them on the black category. But a number of Hispanics do identify as white. The white Cubans, and all them. So,
man. Now, what about the volume though? Who's actually doing the most deleting?
What are you talking? That's what I'm saying. The 53%.
So okay, so wait, we have the most volume also. So it's not just how do I say it? Like just raw numbers. We still delete the most people, period. Oh, that's what the 53% is.
Yes, 53%, yes.
Of just you saying just deletions.
Deletions, yes. And there's more. There's other categories. I just started with the deletions. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot.
Let's go to the next one. I think I understand.
Okay. So with the grape, right?
I know we don't lead in that.
We don't. We're actually only 20. I don't want to say only, but we're at 26.6%, while our white counterparts are 68.1%.
Yeah.
So we do not lead in that.
I know that though, but you already know that. There was a white dude walking down my road one day. I'm like, yo, what are you doing out here? You know where I used to live at. There's no white people over there.
Right.
Yo, get up out of here, bro. I said that white van won't be taking nobody today.
Right.
They known for that shit. Fuck that. Well, I know that already.
All right. So the next one is robbery. That our black men have been arrested for 54.2% as compared to their white counterparts at 43.5%.
43.5. And you're saying percentage. So there was 100. We did 53%.
We did 54.2%. Yes.
Of robbing.
Is that per? Do you have an age breakdown of that?
No, I didn't get the age. I did not do the age breakdown. We just talking about. The whole population of black and white. I didn't go down that route.
Damn. And this is. I'm not. Do you have clarity on this in terms of arrest, or this must be conviction, right?
Correct. This is arrested.
Okay.
Arrested.
Okay. Now,
which we could say we can go someplace else with that, which you probably will, but I'm just telling you these are actually arrests.
What if I say they over police the hell out of us? You bound to find something.
I mean that could be it, but that's not what this stat is talking about. And I mean, they could. But
I think that's convictions, though. I don't think that's arrest, though. Honestly,
I'm telling you what it is. It says arrest.
But why would you bring up arrest? Because now we're saying, okay, arrest just means you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right. But if you're looking at all of the different stats, it is talking about different categories. So if we're over police, we'd be over police in all of the different categories, not just one or two. Right. Well,
right now it's all of it's the majority so far, right? Except for grape.
So there's not for grape, not for aggravated. You let me go down. Not for aggravated assault. Like there's a lot here. I did. Let's see, 2. I did 5. Right? No, I'm sorry. I did 4. 4 different categories.
I know, but what I'm saying is, hold on. I could dig into all of them, just like Ron and I had the conversation. So, question.
I did 4 though. Just let you know I did.
Yeah, they arrested men for 187.
Yes, more.
53% of the time, but
Mm-hmm.
if we're being over policed, who cares about arrests?
But that over policing argument would go for all of the different categories, not just for 2 out of the 4. And again, you're not allowing me to go to the other ones because I thought this was pretty interesting. If we're being over policed, why are the white men getting arrested for aggravated assault at 62%? And we're only being arrested for aggravated assault 33%.
So, like fighting?
Aggravated assault is not just, it could be, it's more of the head. It could be fighting. It could be a lot of aggravated assault, whatever aggravated assault is. You want me to definition of aggravated assault?
Hold on. All right. Go on. What else you got?
All right. So for overall violent crime.
Okay.
Overall, white men were arrested at 69%. Black men were arrested at 27.4%. Overall violent crime.
Arrested?
All these stats are arrested only.
Oh, okay. Where are you getting that stat from?
My smartphone.
This something ain't right. Hold on.
Data. It's FBI data.
What year? 2019? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. How many bodies was dropped in 2019? Go to the top of that graph.
What graph are you talking about?
It says actual people deleted.
No. What graph?
It should be one of those rows. Yeah, see, if you're using the FBI board, it gotta be convictions, though. Seriously, I'm not even. It gotta be convictions because arrests don't mean nothing. I mean, they mean something, right? They saying they had something to charge you technically, but even like indictments, lawyers joke about the fact that you can indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah. No.
Hold on, man. Hold on. So what? I ain't even going hard. That's the crazy thing.
That's fine. The FBI, I've used the FBI stats, and they showed stats for arrests. And if you're talking about over policing, I just had the question on why are we only, if we're being over policed, then we're still not, I don't say winning because it's not a win, but we're not.
We overrepresent in some of those categories. Well,
it's not reflective in the categories and the overall.
Well, you're saying 56%. If white people are 60% of the population,
what 50%? I didn't say 56.
You said they get arrested. What was it? 53% compared to 27% or something? You touted.
So okay, let me back up. For overall arrests, black men were 27% compared to white counterparts of 69%. Overall violent arrests, right?
That makes sense.
Okay.
So if they get arrested, they're 60% of the population.
Okay.
I think, are you trying to show us that because we're only black people overall are 14% of the population and it's 27% of the crime?
Of violent crime.
Crime.
We're a little bit over. If we're, like you said, 15% of the overall population of the country, so we being arrested.
And you're saying that's men specifically?
Men specifically, yes. This is men specifically.
And so if you break this down like this, let's say 14% goes to 7% because 21 million are women, right? So let's say 7%.
7. Okay.
And then if you got kids, the kids was popping. What up, Granville? You said so then if you took kids out, that 7% drops to what? 5%?
Because some of these kids are teenagers. They can
I'm saying like babies. So let's say it's 5% actual men.
That's fine. Okay.
And then that 5% of people, I don't know what the raw number is. Somebody can do better math than me. does 27% of the crime.
Yes.
Damn. Okay. Okay. But to be clear, all that weird, them sex crimes, that ain't us.
No.
All right,
No.
let's just clarify that. Say it out loud for the people in the back.
I wanted to point that out the most. I really wanted to point that part out.
Does it say anything about DV and things of that nature?
No. Aggravated assault. So DV is under aggravated assault. And so still the white man has been arrested much higher, double, than the black man. And that's including DV under aggravated assault.
Hamp, are you taking pride that black men aren't a part of the sex crime percentage?
Yes.
So you're okay with the rest, but just that one, you're just like, oh, as long as we're not a part of that one, right? Is that what you're doing?
Priest, I don't say hoof or whatever you said. I don't say like woof. I don't do that. But
what you
like this, you never see me be like woof. Nah. But
what kind of part of that one?
but what I'm saying is, it's not all mutually exclusive, obviously. And the things like the taking advantage of women in that way, hurting kids in that way, is something I just want to make sure that we understand that's not us largely. Now, there will be an argument to say black people don't tell, they hide that uncle for years, etc. I understand that, but the numbers are what they are, so that's what we're going by.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that number's bad regardless, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no pride in it. I'm just saying, number is a number, and it's very, very high on their side.
So we not okay. All right, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Robin with the $5 says most black men are only in the middle class due to combined income. What do you mean by that, Robin? Break that down for me. What does it mean when the mark is?
He's saying better. Latinas are better. That's what he's saying.
Martin Luther King said Latinas are better.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Put him in the bathroom for real.
Robin with the $2 says black men lead in homicides more than any other group. That was true, right?
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Based on the stat.
Yep.
Rasta was popping with the $10 says showing some support to Mr. Hand. Thank you. The panel in the chat. Miss Tay, how you doing? Robin with the $2 says black men make up 50% of the homeless population.
You're doing that next, Robin M. Hold on.
Robin with the $2 says black men have 50% high school dropout rate. What? Black men with the black man. Robin with the $5 says a black woman is more prone to poverty being linked to a black man statistically. Robin with the $5 says black men lead in domestic violence rates out of all heterosexual parents statistically. Hater Health with the $10 says, so if we know that robberies and deletion are a social and economical issue and black men unemployment is less than 2% from black women, is black men unemployment the real problem? Could it be what's encouraging it? Are people robbing and killing because they broke and they got too much time on their hand? Interesting. Shout out to Martin Luther King with the 20 ball says, I love that black women will claim to fight against an unjust justice system with the stats with no context against black men with the goofy smile on their face. Y'all still losing compared to women.
Why are you so angry? What are you talking about?
No, I don't know if he's angry or not, but the subject matter is what the subject matter is.
Right, so chill out.
AR Smitty with the $2 said, oh, first off, hold. Let me just say something real quick. I don't need no help. All right.
I'm helping.
You don't need to jump in or push me out the way. Right?
Well, don't. Damn.
I'm telling you, that ain't me.
Oh, why you say that?
Say what?
Chill out. Never mind. Go ahead. Just go.
You chill out, nigga. AR with the $2 says, chat said, and they wonder why passport bros a thing. Chat said, Robin, chill, yo. With the $5 says, black men are making white women single mothers at a 90% rate. Statistically, Robin with the $2 says black men have the highest divorce rate. Matt P with the $5 says black women look good, thick, can cook, edgy attitude, good dancers, and a ride for you. Now, black women say something nice about us. Damn it, sheesh.
Can you please let the chat know what's going on tonight?
So no, fuck them. Niggas pussy. Tony Golden gifted a membership. Thank you, Tony. Robin with the $2 says 75% of black men are overweight and lead in diabetes. Double R been a member for 3 months. Hey, the health with the sauce says Robin hates black men and black women scouts bad behavior. Double R with the $2 says all these bad stats are because of Robin M. Hey, the health says Heather Heath, my bad, says encourage black men. Damn. Let's keep going, man. What else y'all got?
Homelessness. Miss May.
All right. So, according to Housing and Urban Development, aka HUD, as far as gender, so their 2023 stats say that 60.5% are male that have been homeless versus 39% of the female. Okay. Then you have the transgenders, 0.4%, non-conforming, 0.2%. And then it actually says that Black people or African American or African, 37% of all people experiencing homelessness, and if they have families, is 37%. But the largest increase was amongst Hispanic in 2022 and 2023, and that was a 28% increase. And then I pulled up, what is this? NCBI, and it says 1 in 6 non-Hispanic Blacks, so 16.8% versus 1 in 12 Hispanics have been homeless, so that was 8.1%. And for non-whites, it was 1 in 20, 4.8.
So what about, so who's the most homeless?
It's saying men are.
We know that.
It's saying men are. And then as far as the race, so once it sounds like men, but then this last one on Statistica.com, it said in 2022, there was an estimated 291,395 white homeless people versus 217,000. So it sounds like more white people are, as far as race, from a racial standpoint, it sounds like white people are more homeless. And that's
how about the men?
The men, going back to HUD, men more, 60.5%.
And then out of the men, we know 60% are homeless. Where do the black men stack?
Let me see, did I pull that up? Black men, 37%.
Of the 60?
Yes.
Or overall?
It's saying overall, but it's just saying people who identify as black. And that was the same website, was HUD.
Is it saying men?
No, it just says people who identify as black, but it didn't give me those numbers.
So y'all in there too then?
Yeah.
So what you talking about then? That could be y'all. Y'all the ones that get most evicted.
Well, then again, to that point, it said 50% of people homeless as members with families with children. I'm going to assume that's probably the moms with the children. That's just my assumption. So we have a higher percentage.
So you don't know.
I'm going off of what I pulled up here on HUD. And
so y'all got the most evicted. So well, yeah, men are. But if white men are 60% of the country, why is it not safe to me for to assume that the majority of those men are white overwhelmingly?
I don't know. It's saying that we have 37% of it, but to your point, yeah.
And then we don't get selected for Section 8 at the same scale in welfare like y'all do.
Like women do. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. So what if you guys didn't have those programs? Y'all be outside way more than us, huh? Think about the shelters they have for women that are exclusively for women and not men.
Usually when it's shelters that are exclusively for women, it's because it's like a domestic violence shelter. But they do have shelters, at least I know here in New York, New York and Connecticut, they have shelters that you have a section for men and a section for women and a section for people, just families.
Nay, slow down. Listen to what I said. Exclusively women. Right? So how many are exclusive to men in the country? 1, 2, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So they saving y'all niggas.
Would you include that with vets? Because they have shelters for vets too. I'm just basing it off of where I'm at, where I'm located.
Can vets be women?
Yes.
Yes, but actually when they have these vet shelters, a lot of times it's more men.
Can vets be women?
Yeah, they can.
Is it a vet shelter or a male vet shelter?
It's actually a male vet shelter.
Is it a vet shelter or a male vet shelter?
A male vet shelter.
Is it a vet shelter or a male vet shelter? I'm trying to give you a chance to correct it.
It's a shelter for men who are veterans here in the town that I'm in.
That's not true. Like, it's just not...
How you gonna tell me I worked at it?
No.
Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
Wow.
Okay, so it's a vet shelter. Now, you don't have the stats. So I'm not claiming this one if you can't give me no clear numbers.
Homeless veterans take up 77.4%.
What that mean? I don't care. I'm talking about black men. Black men.
Oh.
She was so ready to hop on if niggas wear Timbs a lot or not. Now I'm trying to understand the niggas that's homeless. The people that are homeless. Is it men or is it not? And if y'all didn't have the programs y'all have, would y'all be out there with us?
Probably.
All right, fellas, we got this one. Kicked your motherfucking ass, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
44% of veterans are black. Homeless veterans are black.
Men. That's what we've been talking about. You know, I don't waver. Men is the topic. All right, then. Huh? Yeah, I lost that one.
All right, what's next? Tell me what's next, Sam. Incarceration.
And I ain't even going hard neither. That's the crazy part.
Incarceration amongst black men. Tay is next.
The blackest cracker with the $5. What's up, Rob? Robin sounds a little bitter, and she is. What about the millions of black babies the black women have deleted? Callie with the $2. So now y'all want context to stats.
That's right, Callie Bev. Ain't that some ish?
Robin with the $2 says, let me know if I missed one. Robin with the $2 says, military benefits is welfare. That's true. No Cupcake Zone with the $2 says, how can black... It's not true. It's separate. Does it come out the same pool of money, bro?
No, it doesn't.
See? We're not true. No Cupcake Zone podcast with the $2 says, how can black men lead in domestic violence if they are not in the home?
That's exactly why they're not in the home, for the domestic violence.
Well, no, that stat wasn't proven. Love for the violent crime did not have that stat specifically, so we're not going to concede that. But what we do know is percentage-wise, women on women get it popping.
I experienced that with a man.
Right, so chill. Who next? I'm feeling good now, and I ain't even going hard. Wait till I drop this link. Y'all in trouble, Caprice, when I drop this link.
Coach Tay is next with incarceration amongst black men and their counterparts.
Go.
Yes. All right. So when we're talking about imprisonment, guys, you have to know there's a difference between jail and prison. Okay, because them numbers gonna look different. Let me just say, because I don't want him to be like,
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you tiptoeing. Go ahead.
I just want the people to know. So for jail, almost 58% of men, and this is as of 2021, are black in jail. Now,
what number?
57.96 are in jail.
57% of people in jail are black men.
Are black men. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, repeat that. What'd you say?
That's what the people say. So 57.96 as of 20. Fatty. So, because I know he's talking about men, right? So we're talking about the overall recent population at, we'll just say 1.2 million. Out of that, the most imprisoned people are Black, and the breakdown of that is 378,000 Black people. We're saying people in general. And then the second highest is white at 356,000.
Are you saying it's only 360,000 people, Black people in jail?
As of 2021, it went down. It used to be.
Now, I want y'all to have a newfound respect for Mr. Fantastic. When he be giving y'all these fucking stats, you thought it was easy. Sits up here windmilling. Oh, it's just stats. Well, go look them up, nigga. And now look.
What you doing?
It's 700,000 damn near Black men in jail, in prison.
She made a distinction though between jail and prison. For real
Why are we talking about jail?
Did you not, Tay? I'm gonna make sure.
Why are we talking about jail?
What he just said was 8 though.
Arrested people go to jail.
Okay.
We don't see arrest is not a conviction.
Right. No. I want to be split the hand. What I'm saying is Tay in the beginning made a distinction between jail and prison. So right now, Tay, I'll do the count, you do the cuteness. He's so silly. So the stat Tay just gave us for jail only, Tay, or for prison? Which one was it?
Mm-hmm.
Jail only.
It's only 636,000 people jailed as of 2021.
Okay, not in prison. That's different. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Here,
the 686 people were jailed. That was back in 2008, but it's been going down because of they cracking down and shortening niggas sentence, shit like that. But
jail and prison are not the same in terms of prison is 100% people that are convicted. Right? You can have levels of. You go to a certain county, that county can feel like a fucking maximum. You got people dope sick, people on suicide watch, all types of charges. There's not room to fit people. You on the floor in a boat. So it just depends. KG, Shalom was popping. So, but it's in terms of actually convicted, you go to prison. Jail, you can be convicted and be in a jail if you have a short sentence. They probably won't send you up if you ever heard that terminology. Send you up.
Went upstate.
Yeah, essentially. So just in terms of everybody in prison is guilty already.
Right, exactly. So I just want to make sure we're clear though on the stat because you were saying.
All right, so I'm not gonna break them down. So give me the numbers. Whatever numbers you got, Black men representation is what percentage?
Black men representation of the overall population in prison is 32.48.
Black men. 32% of the population that we're referencing currently.
In prison, yes.
Okay. So the key on that stat is what then? The overrepresentation?
Right, yes, because it's 32.5 for Black, but it's white is 30%, and then Latinas 23. American Indian is also 23, and then Asians like less than 2%.
The Native American is 23%?
American Indian, that's what they say.
How many people do they have? They got destroyed.
No, they're still alive.
Nah, them reservations ain't shit. Don't let them casinos fool you.
Yeah, like
I DJ'd on a reservation. I went back 30 years. The cars was old. The buildings was old. Stop. So wait. So they doing bad. Hold on now. Yeah. So yeah, what is the American Indian population? Can somebody give it to me? Pause.
You're so silly.
They can't be 20% of the population, bro. 20% of the jail population. If so, they're doing the worst.
I agree with you on that. If they 20% of prison population, they down real bad. It's more like 100 of them. They down real bad.
Nah, Taylor, relook at that stat.
I could be wrong. Okay, all right. Let me see.
Is it 20% or 2%?
I don't mind being wrong. Hold on.
We know that already.
Native American.
Hold on. The stat god said it's 2%.
That's
hey.
Oh, Asian. I just said that. No, you said Asian or you talking about American Indian? Which one you said?
Native American.
Okay, right.
Brother.
If me argue with me,
there is
harder than y'all. We do
that. You, sir. Listen.
So
you're looking for a percentage of people that's been incarcerated?
Somebody give me this. What is the percentage of Native Americans in the country?
Well, in
so
Native,
Florida said it's less than what?
I'm about to give it to you.
Pause.
Oh, I was going to give you the actual numbers, but if you want the number, it's 5.2 million of them. Oh, make up approximately 2% of the U.S. population.
Wow, so 2%, and then what part of the jail population are they? 2%?
Ooh, so it says 763 per 100,000 people are locked up in state and federal prisons, but it didn't give an actual percentage.
What year are you looking at, though?
This is on Prison Policy Initiative. What's the year?
Yo, come on, man. Use them smartphone.
Okay, so the most recent year until the 2020 census, okay, for women, it was 0.7% of the total U.S. female population. Let me see what it says for men, though. I'm on the Prison Policy Initiative. If anybody else want to look it up.
Federal prison population. 34% are black, 31% are Hispanic, 30%, 29.5% white, 4.1% other for other races. So we know it's not no goddamn 23%. That's the feds, but
I stand corrected. I apologize. I don't want to put no false information out there.
Wow. Brother.
Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the fucking channel the most.
You get on my nerves.
Caprice, fix your face, goddamn. You with them.
It's
You ain't
the
with
link
me.
is in the chat, Hamp. It's in there. It says
Damn the link. You ain't seen. If that's the same link Coach Tay just had to read from, you can kiss my ass. You ain't gonna bear
No.
it.
This is from the census. This is not the one Tay was reading.
That shit got to look like a fucking proof. You remember the proofs with calculus? Nah, I'm not reading that shit. You had me looking crazy.
I just want to say real quick, and this is this real stat. So Native American, they make up 2.7% of the inmates, which equals about 4,000 of the inmates.
Enos with the 2 pounds says, Tay, use your words.
What word?
Hey, Deezy with the 2,000. Shout out him and the ladies. Hey, Deezy. Matt P with the 2,000 says, y'all done fucked up now.
Brother.
God. Do y'all got any other stats?
Yeah, we do. Me and Preston got a couple of more. Which one you want first? No, let me help you out. Fatherlessness. That's the next topic. So, what I discovered in my research is with fathers living with one or more children is 37.9%.
What you mean?
All men, right? All men.
Okay, so 37% in the country, 37% are fatherless.
They'll say 38, 37.9%. We'll say 38. Easy numbers, right? 38% in the country of men. All men live with their children.
Okay.
12% of all men live away from their kids. Apart, outside of different home, right? Now we're gonna break it down by race now.
Okay.
For the Hispanic men live with their children, it's at 43.5%.
Okay, so Hispanic live with their children 40% of the time.
Yeah, make it easy math.
43% of the time. Okay.
White men, 36.7%.
So they ain't with their kids either.
Nope.
But they be involved.
Black men that live with their children is 33.4%.
And what are white men?
36.7.
So they're not far off.
Right.
So we're doing insurmountably better. We're
Yeah,
doing way better than them.
Yeah, exactly. But per our numbers, absolutely way better than them. Living with children.
Okay.
What was the year on that?
This everything I got. This is from 2015.
Wow.
CDC.
That shit damn near 10 years old. All right.
Not, but it's not. Oh my
Jesus
bad. 2018. My bad. Typo. I'm sorry. Couldn't read my 2018.
You need him sound like he wants some stats a little bit more recent.
That live apart. Hispanics are 18.3% living apart with their children. The white man is 8.2%. They live apart from their children. Black man, what?
Live apart? What do you mean? So what was the first one? Live in a house?
Yeah.
Yes. First that I gave column was live with.
Okay.
The second column I'm doing right now is live outside of the home. They don't live in the home. Live outside the home.
And the first stat was live in the home.
Yes. They live with their children, live apart from their children. Two different stats. Live with home. This one's live apart in a separate house.
Okay, so wouldn't it be 100 minus 36?
No, why are you saying that?
Because if I live with them at 36% rate for white men, and then I live without them would have to be the rest.
Not necessarily.
What are you talking about? You live what the fuck? The basement don't count? What are you talking?
So it could be a part-time thing. It could be a part-time thing. This custody is involved with this too, him. So living apart and custody's in there too. Okay. Don't try to debunk the stats. It's custody's apart.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
So back to what I was saying. Hispanic 18.3, white 8%, black men 23.8%.
You said live in the goddamn house. So if the number that live in the house is 36%, then the other motherfuckers don't live in the house.
Yeah. Did you not listen to what I'm saying on purpose? I said you're not taking into account custody.
So are they?
The kids could be living, it could be shared custody. Take that into consideration.
But they don't live in the house of the primary custody. That's why it's 36%.
No. It could be joint. No, when you have joint, it's not primary versus secondary. It's still joint. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Don't try to debunk it. Listen to my stats. I know how to do it.
You have joint and still have a primary residence.
Of course they do. There's a custodial parent. Go ahead.
When you have joint, when you have joint, we talking about they share. What are you talking about?
I'm speaking from experience. You can have joint and it's still a primary.
Me too.
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, that's yes. So where am I at? Okay. Where am I at? Oh. And actually, you know what? I think I messed that up.
Not you telling him.
You know what? My bad. I gotta add.
Not you telling him that.
I gotta add context.
Wow. Bro, I was waiting for it. Wow.
I gotta add context.
You keep talking, man.
Even though they live apart from their kids, they're more involved in the children's lives. My bad. I've got to add that context to that stat. So even though they don't live in the house with them, living apart from them, they are more involved in their children's lives than their white and black men are more involved in their children's lives more than their white and Hispanic counterparts.
We know.
So that's the stat I wanted to really expound upon. Even though they don't live in the homes with them, they are more active in their lives. That's it. The end. Go black.
So you're saying that we are more involved and white men are only in 36% of their kids' lives.
No, we're involved.
No, but you're saying live in a home. There's 60% of the population and only 36% of them live in their kids' houses.
Yeah.
And black men are at 33%.
33.4 living with their kids.
And then Latino man's at 43%.
43.5, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then we also shown to be the most active.
Yes.
But we're the most outside the home.
No.
Living apart from them, we're still
No.
active. We're active. We're more active in their lives.
Okay. So, okay, cool. So, no, we're not. No, the white men is the least in his home.
The least in the home, and the most in the home is a Hispanic man.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then we are second, essentially.
Yes, essentially we're second. So
but also, even though we're not in the house, we're still the most involved.
Absolutely.
How do you prove that?
This is per the CDC stats. And they did surveys and questionnaires and quizzes.
Do you guys have income stats by chance?
That's President Rowe. She's next.
So we, hey.
I had a question for what Love said.
Let me go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you think it could be because I don't know if the stats will show this, but there are more Black people that are in the justice system, well, the family law system, so they're kind of forcing the whole co-parenting thing. Could that be why the stats are like
a good variable?
Okay.
Yep,
what do you mean we're the most? What you mean?
I personally think that more.
Are you
Black
saying
people,
like most, like volume of people, like literally 100 as opposed to 10 or something like that?
Yeah, I think that's probably why the stats look that way, that we're more involved because we're higher percentage to be in the family court system.
Where's the number?
That's what I say. I don't know the numbers, but it just seems that way. But I don't have that number to be honest.
Yeah, but how many white people are in the country?
A lot of them.
There's 60% of 325 million. What's that? So we would need the number. We would need the actual stat. If you're talking about real numbers,
white people make up 57.8%.
Yeah, I know the percentage, but I'm saying Nay's speaking on real numbers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't know. I'm not to say that I don't think that it exists, but I was thinking, could it be because we're the most active in the family law system?
Child support isn't automatic visitation stuff. You know, you got to go get that too.
Yeah, because that's two separate courts. But yeah, okay. I'm trying to figure out the numbers. That's all.
Use that smartphone for once.
Yeah, I'm using my computer, but okay.
Yeah. Whew. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, "What up, Hamp, and everyone on the panel?" Question, Hamp: did they study these stats before they came on the show? Marcus,
did you?
I would have rather gave Helen Keller these fucking stats to read.
Whatever, we doing good. Cut it out.
Big Mufasa, look, you always fighting against something. If you don't carry it, if you don't care, right?
What I'm saying is,
Jesus Christ, I'm talking to Marcus. God,
he always has something negative to say. He don't bring his Black behind on here and give stats or halfway talk. You came up and you come here have something to say. Stop being so negative every single time. Say something positive. I just gave y'all big ups. Black men, big ups.
We knew that already.
Okay, but I'm reiterating that, and I want him to acknowledge that. But he got to say something snarky and smart.
He don't got to acknowledge. He don't want to. Big Mufasa with the $5 says the Black male population has decreased by 21% from 2008 to 2018. Pew Research Center says. Enos with the £2 says Tay still cute with or without the stats. Sean Brewer was popular with the $5 says Mrs. J get LASIK surgery because you look super sexy without them big glasses. Goodness, pound fly. See, the pals with the $5 says stats big ass glasses. Stats don't mean shit until this stat is fixed. Black people in the U.S. are 7 times more likely to be falsely convicted of a serious crime like murder. Enos with the £2 says ladies look sounding like a fish out of water. Will Brown was popular with the $2 says the BT State of the Union. All right, bro. Right now, we you know what I mean? Give me the income.
You guys are gonna like this one. Asians have the highest income for everybody. Average income is $90,574 for Asians. Medium income for them is $62,000, and their top 1% is $515,268.
Men. Okay.
Who you want to? Next in line, of course, is white people. White
Over
men.
the East Indian? No.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Go to I put it in the chat, dol.gov. Department of Labor says median annual earnings by sex, race, Hispanic ethnicity, and I totaled out. It's all men. Total men, white men, black men, Asian men, Hispanic men.
Oh, did they loop them in, right?
They're
Okay.
all together. If you
Yeah,
look on
I was looking at a chart that had everybody and broken down, like literally like more. That's all. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Department of Labor. So white so you want the average salary?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me the numbers.
So Asian men as of 2022, $86,190.
Average.
That is Asian men. That is the average median income for Asian men. For white men who are next is 74,660. The next one in line after them.
What was the number?
For white men, 74,660.
Okay. Damn.
For next one is the next one is going to be black men at 54,120. And then there is Hispanic men are 47,290.
Okay.
And if you look on that chart that I put, you can actually roll over and look at the different years and how the numbers went up and down.
Okay. And so we were second from the bottom?
Yes. Yep.
Damn. Okay. So the Asian man's on the top. On
the top.
Now, Love and I were talking about correlations. Is there a correlation, speculative reason why?
I think profession-wise, to be honest with you, most of their professions are doctors and scientists. I know just being in HR, that's pretty much who are in those professions. IT.
Yep.
That's all them.
So they prioritize that.
Yeah.
Does anybody have the numbers for marriage rates?
I do. Oh shit! What?
Is it still agreed that marriage, nuclear family is the quickest way to wealth?
I don't know.
Well, what are the marriage stats? I just want to see if there's a correlation.
Hold on one second. Wow. Well, hold on a second.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Snuggles says, drop the link so people can challenge your people. Thanks, Snuggles. You say that every show. I got you. Marcus Evans with the 12 says, I'm so sorry for triggering your soul so much, love.
I just think you're a super douche. It's okay.
The dating pool roast reaction with the file says, National Library of Medicine, black men involvement behind whites ahead of whites. Dating pool with the file says, Hispanics use 5 measures for study. Hispanic use 5. You got it, Ro?
So I just looked up the black because that's what they told us to look up. I'm trying to find the
What you got? What's the marriage rates?
I'm looking at it for black people because I broke them down into states as well. So from 2015 to 2019. Hold on a second. I was looking at the right one. All right. From 2015 to 2019, I broke it down into states. The highest states with among highest and lowest percentage of married black people, 2015 to 19, actually Hawaii has the highest married Black adults per state.
Yeah, but bro, fuck all that. We trying to measure up to our counterparts though.
That's what I was trying to look for, but I just looked up the rate for Black people. Black men married to Black people, Black women.
And what is it?
So that's what I was breaking it down.
28%. But I'm saying, what's the overall?
Hold on. All right. Number of married couples in the United States by ethnic.
Brother.
White alone, 40,206. Both Hispanic, 7,795. Both Black alone, 4,102. So we're, as far as us marrying each other, we're the lowest. We have the lowest amount. It says both other alone or combination. So I guess that's interracial marriages. That's 4,612.
All right. So, all right. So is there not, can somebody, y'all just sitting there? I need to know. Black men and Black, this is what I want to know. Okay. Black men and women, marriage rate. Asians, marriage rate. Wait. White people, marriage rates. Go. Percentages.
So I looked at it. She had the marriage rates, but I still looked at it just in case. So what I found in the census data is Black husband, Black wife. Black men are marrying Black women at a rate of 89%. So the ones that are marrying, right? So Black men, the percentage of Black men marrying, they're marrying Black women at the higher rate. Black man to white woman is at 8.6%. So they're marrying.
I don't think that's what he's asking. Are you asking about like what are the percentages of marriage as a whole as far as breaking it down as race for race? Like white people are married at this rate, Black people are married at this rate. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
It doesn't give you a percentage, it gives you a number. That's what I was reading off. Being married together and being married separately.
Okay. So it doesn't tell you percentage of Asian people that are married?
It doesn't give you the percentage because, people marry different races. So I just gave you the numbers with Black people marrying Black people.
That's
white.
Yeah.
We get married at 30%.
Right. Well, white people get married at 54%. Black people get married at 30%.
And within that, those with the point we were giving.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I asked the question. That's why. So, does it have rates for Asians?
Asians get married at 63%.
60%. I would assume that.
Yeah.
6'3".
60%.
6'3" for Asians, 5'4" for whites.
Mm-hmm.
And then 30 was it 33 for us?
31.
31. What you guys think about that?
So we're the lowest.
We're the lowest.
Do you think that correlates to money?
When you said that, I never thought about it that way because I always heard the quickest way to success is the nuclear family, and I'm like, and when you said that, I'm like, whoa, that kind of, I've never thought of it that way. You may have a point.
And they have the highest income, and I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, I think Asian women even beat out the other men.
Yeah.
They just don't beat out their men.
Yes.
Damn. Well, I think that's something we need to consider, huh? Damn. And I think they get married for purpose, especially if, are they still doing what's that thing called? What the fuck is it?
Arranged marriages.
Arranged marriages?
More than likely.
Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, that's important. Sway with the $2 says Asian women make the second most. Yeah. No Cupcake with the $2 says Asian men are least desired. Don't make sense. I think they married to their own women.
Right.
Dating Pool with the $5 says National Library of Medicine, Black men involvement behind whites ahead of whites. Okay, I read that one. Yeah, that out of the 33% of black men that are married, 87, I think it's either 87% or 83% of those men are married to black women.
That's the stat that I gave you. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't get. I already knew that. So we desire black women. Like we think about those OK Cupid polls that people continue to reference, talking about black women are least desired, but we marry them at a what 87% click. So we say the stat, but then we don't perpetuate it in the same way, based on marriages specifically.
Well, I think that's because the only ones that are marrying black women are black men. So I guess it's, as a whole, if you ask other races of men, they would say no.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, because like with the Asians, when he said this, I'm like, well, they just marry their women. You know what I'm saying? So if your women desire you, like, Enos with the 2 pounds says, Heathen Queen cam up and save your sisters. See, the palace with the $5 says 2018 data. We find that slightly more than 1 in 5, parentheses, or about 2.5 million black men ages 18 to 64 have made it into an upper third of the income. Woo! Any other stats we missed?
No, that's it.
So what would you give black men on the grade scale? If you put all this together and you had to grade the paper, what would you give us?
I wouldn't. A C.
A C?
Mm-hmm.
C plus?
Yeah.
C plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say high C.
I would agree.
Plus, B minus, C. Venus gave us a minus D.
Yeah, minus D.
Minus D.
Okay.
Robin gave us an F, of course, and then she gave us a fail. A normal nerd gave us an A plus. Shiesty Bum gave us an F. Oh man, I dropped the link, man. B plus. So when we did all the stats, are we at the bottom overall?
Overall?
No, that's probably why the grade of a C.
Yeah.
No, if you're coming in last in most of the categories, you would have to be honest and estimate that that's like an F and you're failing.
But black men were coming in last? No, I didn't think they were.
They're not coming last in every category.
Yeah, they weren't.
It's an average.
I didn't say every category. I didn't say
it's the category
as an
that
average.
value. It's the
You get an average grade, right?
Value and longevity are the ones that were failing. The black men are failing in.
So
and in return, it's the culture is failing.
Right. So
and it's not because of their vernacular or because of how they're dressing. It's because of economic reasons that this is happening. It's because of education reasons that this is happening.
Right. But Hamp asked a question, and if you have on a grade scale, there's 10 tests and you failed all of them but one, you still get an F. I don't remember reason.
I don't remember us saying that.
Yeah, I feel like black men were coming in at least second place in a lot of the categories based on what we were giving for the stats. It seems like they were coming in like second place. There may be a few that they were last, but I don't think that much. That's why I think we all kind of agree with the C. Like it's averaging out.
All right, let me. So, prison population. What was the number?
It was higher. The crimes according to most, we're higher.
It's quadruple what it should be based on the population.
Yeah.
Obviously, violent crime, right? With the exception of the sexual activity, there's a supreme overrepresentation.
No, we were lower with that. Overall violent crime you're talking about?
Yeah, overall.
We were lower. No.
33%.
Hold on. No. I thought it was less than that. Give me 1 second. So make sure I'm saying the right number. Overall, we were 27%.
Okay, so I said 30, 33. So and that was men, right?
Yes, only men. Yeah, only men.
But then when it comes to prison, but then when it
That
comes
was
to prison, it's wrong. It's more of us in prison.
Yeah. So if you look at it, so it's 20. If the number is 27% specifically men, and it's 7% black men, the percentages matter more than the real numbers, right?
7% of black men that we're taking into account. Now those 7%.
It's 7%. I mean, even with the kids.
I'm trying to get it. So out of the 7% of the male population, 27% of the 7% were violent crime.
No, you're saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong. You're interpreting. Yes, you are.
So 7%. Let me talk it through. So 7% that we can take into account across the country, right? Because
can I just do it for you to make it easier for everybody?
Very condescending, and I don't even. Child, you talking to yourself at this point. Don't talk.
I'm not trying to make it condescending, love. I'm being. It statistics can be, and this is a part of it. I'm glad Hemp tried to tell this. I'm not even trying to clown you right now. Statistics can be complicated, and a lot of people misinterpret statistics. So when you talk about these numbers, right? Let's say the crime rate, and it's telling you 20 some odd percent of crime rate, right? It's giving you the total numbers of crimes. And then that gives you the total from the total of all the, let's just say the deletions, right? So the original number is going to be whatever the 28 or 32 or whatever. Same thing with prison population. What Hamp is talking about is the overrepresentation when you break down the actual specifics as to how many black adult males are there that will even qualify for it. So that's where you get into, and you're saying only adult black men make up approximately 7% of the population. So it's an overrepresentation because although you only have 7% of the population, you represent what 31% in prison, right? So it's an overrepresentation. So that's what people get mixed up and messed up when you start doing this stat stuff. Everybody think the stat shit is just easy, but it's not, because it's real easy to misinterpret something. You know, even just Miss Reed, shout out to Tay. Tay, don't let Tay do your taxes. But you know, Tay talking about them 27% of Native Americans in prison. Like you done brought them back from the dead, Tay. You done dug up Geronimo and all of them. But you know, just real like serious. It's real easy, like I say, because the numbers can get jumbled, and then you have different sources because it's just a lot of different things. So, but I'm glad y'all like the stats now. All of a sudden, I'm like, this is lovely.
Yeah,
I'm trying to relate, Mr. Fantastic.
It tried, yo. You know what it showed? Though I ain't gonna hold you. The test was today, and niggas pulled that book out on the way to the school bus this morning. When you have a math test, you remember how you used to look at the answer, then you flip to the back to get the answer. You look at the problem, and you did it on the bus going away to school,
and we still passed.
No,
and so I think
C average
probably did pretty good. And no, we don't like that.
Nah, come on, Agent. Before you answer, let's get some reality.
Yeah, we did like an average. We got a C plus.
No. Even the president was fucking the numbers up.
But she did really well, so she got like an A, and then we average. Come on, yo, we tried.
Tay destroyed y'all with just the Indians alone. I'm sorry, y'all failed up Tay. Blame Tay.
So then we had a C average then.
No. Y'all had a couple other ones. Love just trying to explain stats. And she don't. That's another one.
Yeah, I dropped the link.
I don't see it. Okay.
I dropped it. Go ahead. It's there. Yeah, y'all did it. The numbers are not easy to decipher and understand with the percentages, and you gotta know how many people, etc. But when black men measure up, Mr. Fantastic, honestly, objectively, what do you give us in terms of a number?
B minus.
B minus? Now,
yeah.
Is that have any bias in it?
No, it doesn't. Because I'm taking into consideration the stats, and then things like you said, Hamp, when you actually start looking at the numbers in comparison to, and then you have to look at the all of these negative stats, right? So one of the biggest hinges would have been, and one of the things they like to use is, oh, you guys are the most homeless, right? Well, like you said, okay, well, you're gonna have a high.
Fantastic. That wasn't proven, remember?
Huh?
Nate botched that shit up, so that wasn't even proven. Right now, we don't know who the most homeless is based on their numbers.
Said men versus
men.
women.
Nah, Mr. Fantastic, don't concede it. They didn't prove that we was the most homeless.
Oh, well, I was just talking about it from the men's standpoint, but either
No,
way,
I'm
yeah.
saying from tonight, we wasn't the most homeless.
No.
There was so much stuff that they said that we was winning in. So based on what you heard tonight, I know you know the real numbers. What do you give us?
Yeah, still like it's a B minus. Still,
Okay.
yeah. I know the context to a lot of the stats that they're not giving. Like you said, when you look at they didn't even take into consideration, right? So a lot of people like making the comparison of black men to white men when white men aren't even top, not even close. And like you said, Hamp, I know the list you're talking about, Hamp. White people are actually, I think, is it 12th or 13th on the list when you start breaking down.
I saw one a year ago. They were 8th.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around that. So it was somewhere between, I want to say 9 and like 12 or something now.
Yeah.
And just when you start breaking down, you're like, hey, Asians, and you start breaking, Chinese, Japanese, so on and so forth, and la la la. So the thing is, we're constantly pitted against quote unquote the white man when the white man doesn't even run this shit no more for real. He's not the top of the top. It's his country, but he's not running it. Oh, and another big thing too, Hamp. The Asian thing they kept telling you about, even though Asian people have the highest marriage rate, Asian women also date out the most and marry out the most. So they do have the most undesirable men, but culturally they marry a lot, but their women still date out more than any other demographic. The two highest dating out or marrying out demographics are white men and Asian women.
Yeah, they marry each other, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
But they also have their women is damn near like, I want to say almost close to 20%. They have Asian women have the highest marriage and out rate of any.
Well, like you said, Mr. Fantastic,
I don't think that stat
thing.
is correct. I'm
Hold
not
on,
sure if that's correct.
Correct, man.
So, but because they have the same what's the term? The syndrome. The syndrome when your oppressor is like your lord.
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm, right? Because Asians see white people the same way. Like, that's why they change their names, right? Their name is Benny Hung or Chin Su's Diner, whatever their names are, but they'll call themselves Bob. You know what I'm saying? In terms of assimilation, I don't know if it's effective. Do names still affect applications? You know what I mean? But if Shang Shung is on a application, does that deter people?
Well, they just had that big thing in the Supreme Court, and they won the hell. I mean, Asians beat affirmative action.
They did.
Yeah, so I mean, that's huge in itself. So yeah, they're not ashamed of themselves. They don't do what you talk. They don't do what a lot of people from Israel do. We'll just say that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, they definitely won that. That's true. And the Asian hate crime bill, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, which was a sham.
Yeah, that's a fact. Damn, man. So okay. Oh, so what's popping?
Hey, yo, Hamp, salute, my G. How you feeling, man?
I'm doing the right thing, man. We definitely gonna have a debrief. Go ahead, Os.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, yeah, and ladies, good job to y'all. Salute to the ladies. Y'all held it down this evening. This is the most coherent that I've ever heard y'all. So salute. Of course, Love, you did your thing. Shout out to everybody. But look, to the men, actually, I don't think we talk about stats a lot, but then there's applied statistics, right? So in all of these categories that we're looking at it with a lot of degree of bias, and we don't even actually apply it to what we see. So if we say let's look at what Love said, how black men commit, according to the FBI statistics, black men commit 50% of the murders in this country. I don't think we can appreciate how crazy that is. We only make up 13% of the population. That's an extremely violent group of people. And on top of that, what we don't consider, again, applied statistics. I don't know about y'all, but people who be growing up in the hood, maybe I can't say nothing. I'm not from this country. I'm whatever. But people from the hood, like, don't you know people who've been killed and murdered? Why are we acting like we don't be having murders in our community left and right? Like, that's some shit because of over policing. Anybody who's in the hood should know that they can't police this shit enough. Don't you do some of the streets know real live killers? Aren't they really out here? Is 50% like some made up shit? You think how many those are just the arrests. the barely solved murders. Do you know how many unsolved murders are in? I can't imagine. I'm only from one part of this country. How many unsolved murders there are, and Black women know firsthand how many unreported rapes there are as well in this country. They know for these stats are disgusting. These stats are deplorable. These bring migrating down all the just this alone. Just this alone. We haven't even talked about the other things. Yeah, of course we spend the most time with our children. We better spend the most time with our children. We ain't working the most. We better be leading in that stat.
So
and that's good.
Question.
Yeah.
So real quick. So how many murders were there? How many bodies were dropped? Black bodies by Black
I think
people?
average
8,000.
I don't know that specific number. I know average in this country is like 26,000 murders a year out of 330 million people. There's 26 homicides every year. Black people are committing 54%. So that's 14,000 murders a year. And we're only 13% of the population.
Just real quick, is it Black people, Black men?
That's just Black people. The people are Black. We know the vast majority of that is Black men. There's nobody. I don't know what y'all think about Black men, but I think that they're the strongest group of people on this planet. Nobody's really fucking with us. Nobody's more savage than us. Nobody is ready to pop off and do the things that I know some people who's ready to do at the drop of a dime. White people don't scare me. I know niggas, they not scared of the police. Who are these dudes that people grew up with, walking around in fear of the police? I don't know those guys, and that's unfortunate if that's happened to you, but I came here and I ain't never really seen them. We talk shit to the police.
Let me ask you a quick question. So in terms of being hyperbolic, if it's 10,000 murders committed by 8,000 people or so, because I'm picturing the FBI statistic in my head, but there's
54%.
There's 42 million Black people. Is it safe to say that that's still hyperbolic to define us all as those people when the number is so nominal?
Yeah, but that's not what that's doing it. That just says that of people that are doing it, that percent looks like us. 54% looks like us. It doesn't mean 54% of us are doing it. We all know that that's not true. So no one's ever saying that. That's why we can't jump too far. We can't make those. That's not the conclusion.
I'm asking, but you agree that it is hyperbolic, though, right? Because it's the fact. The number is so small, right? It's nominal, right? In terms of
54%.
And slow down.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about real numbers, right? So if 8,000 people did it, but it's 42 million of us, that number is nominal. And so why are we claiming like that's our culture if it's such a small number? I'm just asking.
Because out of the entire country, right, the entire population, we only make up 13%, which is easily a minority.
Yeah,
but we commit not the vast, but the majority of them, or more than half. That's the rate. The percentage is important. The raw numbers, all right, but the percentage of us that are doing it. We all can name, everybody can name extremely violent places where Black men live, but you can't really name extremely violent places where white people live. You don't know an extremely, you can name all three of them. Go ahead, let us know.
Name all three.
And then name the Black ones. I mean, just not you. You're okay. You know about these things, but the average Black person, you think that they can name 5 places where white children are getting shot on the street at random?
No, it wouldn't
be. Or Black women grocery shopping are getting shot on the daily. Old ladies getting robbed and pushed off of buses. Can you name white neighborhoods like that? Because most of the Black people I know go to white neighborhoods to not experience shit like that.
Yeah, well, the most of them are going to be not going to be situations like that. The deadliest, or the most victims are going to be, I think it's 15 to 24 age group. Why is that the leading cause? Do you know what the leading cause of death is for the Black male ages 18 to 35? Guns. Yeah, murder.
Yeah, homicide.
Yeah.
Okay, so who else that's not normal, is it? Everyone else gets to die from heart disease and cancer and shit. It's likely we'll be shot.
Yeah, you're right.
That's not crazy to anybody.
No, you're right. It's a major issue and problem. Black on Black crime is real, and it's something that definitely needs to be addressed and changed if possible. But then you have to start looking at root cause. Okay, so again,
this is where y'all always go. So look, I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? Look.
Go ahead, let him finish. Just
All right. No, yeah, good.
Well, it's not about going anywhere. Listen, I'm not a poverty guy because, like you said, I actually share a lot of your sentiments. This whole poverty equals violent crime thing is not verifiable. You go to white neighborhoods, you go to Asian neighborhoods, and with the same similar poverty levels, they don't have the same levels of violence. But it back to a culture issue, and again, these children not being raised with positive fathers in the household. Not because because of the fathers that are chosen to have children with, and then they aren't there to instill any type of discipline and consequences. So now you have this whole violent cycle that keeps going on. But just
and what's the root cause then? What's the root cause?
Just real quick. So again, and like I said, it's messed up and it's really unfortunate. But like Hamp says, man, and you even heard, I think it was a politician, Hamp. I don't know if you remember who said it. Recently, somebody that let that slip out. These murder rates and things are messed up. It really is, and it is something we definitely need to work on. But like when you really look at the numbers, bro, you're talking about less than 10,000 people out of 40 million. That's nominal. And again, I'm just saying from a statistical standpoint. Morally, I'm with you, but on Hamp's side, when we really look at it,
statistically, that's crazy. What do you mean? That's not nominal statistically. That's crazy. 13% of the population committing half the murders we're still saying that's nominal. That's okay. I don't want to go back and forth about this. Yeah, and I'm just sensitive about it. I'm being sensitive. I can admit that. I'm sensitive about this. Black women getting killed, black babies getting killed. I know I'm sensitive about it. Most of us don't care as much as I do.
Black women get killed the least. Black men and black children get killed more than black women. So I don't know.
Black women are more likely to be killed than every other race of men in America except for black men. Black women are more likely to be killed than every other race of men.
You're wrong. More white men died than black women by a mile, bro. It's like 6 times more white men died than black women.
So you looking at the raw? Are you talking about raw numbers or by rate or by a percentage?
Numbers.
The numbers will always be higher because there's they should be higher. They should be higher. We shouldn't be coming anywhere close to any of their numbers. So the numbers is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the percentages and the rate. That's what's crazy.
But you're playing both sides. And then still, I think more white women
I'm playing the same side stats.
But black women, hold up, more white women die than black women too. So you still will be
wrong. It will always be that case because there's more white people. It should be like that.
No, but
it's the rate that's disturbing, not the numbers. Anything more than one is disturbing, right? But the rate is
now you're talking about utopia. Now you're being unrealistic. There's never
I'm talking about the stats. I'm being realistic. I'm not talking about utopia. I'm being realistic. Realistically, our women are dying at higher rates.
You literally said
highest rate.
More than 1% is too much.
No, I said one person.
Or either one person.
I didn't say 1%.
Either one person.
I'm saying 54%. I'm saying 54%, right? But look, bro, look, I respect you, brother. Hey, Mr. Fantastic. We talk about this in depth on Ock Nation News. That's where we could really go in. I don't want to take this time to do that because this is a really dark subject and this is not really important. I'm just trying to say there's a lot more to the numbers and we can't just chalk it up. We could look at reality and then we could talk about that at a different time. Anyway, I just wanted to chime in and say that, especially with the crime. If you want to talk about the crime, really, we can do that in a different place. This ain't the time. Black men are great. I love black men, but I'm just really, really honest with us and how and I got a high bar for us. I don't think that the bar is in hell for us. And peace and love to everybody. I'm out.
So slow down. Well, you're not holding people accountable like you think you are. You're having a conversation that you want to have.
I don't think I'm holding anyone accountable.
Like this, like that right there. So like when we're talking about real numbers, you're saying I don't care about the real numbers. But we want to put it in perspective like that right there.
But like when the numbers
like that too, right? So that's what I'm saying. You having a conversation with yourself because every time somebody says something and against what it is you're saying that you think is against, you just jumping in. So when I was talking about real numbers, it seemed like you kind of slid past it. But you have to understand that 8,000 as compared to 40 million. Because you were talking about black people is a nominal number. So I don't want us to continue perpetuating like our whole culture is just doing these things. Now, overrepresentation of crime is something that needs to be addressed, but we're not going to sit up here and act like the majority of black men are out here shooting, robbing, and killing each other because that's not the truth. When you talk about real numbers.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying. Do you see what I was saying earlier? I just want to make sure that we are on the same page.
Are you saying that that's what I was saying?
No, I'm saying that's what I was saying to you. I just want to make sure that you heard that part where you understand that it's nominal numbers, but the overrepresentation needs to be addressed also.
Right, that it's not, but it's not the majority of us. Is that the part that I wasn't hearing?
It's not even
the
close,
majority,
bro. But it's not even close. That's the part that I think we got to
Did I say? Did you guys hear me? Did anyone hear me say that earlier? I thought I said. Maybe I'm tripping. I thought I said it's not all of us. It's not even close to all of us.
Hold on, also, it's not about what you said, fam. What we're trying to get you to understand. That's what I was trying to get you to understand too. It's not an argument. When you take the even the perpetrators is less than 1% of even the black population. Same thing with DV. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. That's why I keep trying to reiterate that to y'all. When you take these numbers and
say that again.
So it's even less than 1% of black men. There's like what was it? 40? It's like what I think it's 40 million total. You break that down to adults, it's 20 million. So it's something like somewhere around 10 million black men, right? Out of the 10 million black men, there are less than 100,000 that are even not even 100,000. There's less than like 50,000 per year that are like committing crimes, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I got you. So what you're saying is that like if we were leading, let's say we were leading in the category like median income, right? That would be that's a nominal. That's a nominal. I guess that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because we're leading in that stat. But like the numbers, the raw numbers, it's always going to be another group. We don't have the raw numbers to compete with white people because we only have 13. So the white people, so then that number would be nominal, right? Is that the same line of logic?
It's not accurate either.
We're leading in the stat.
Well, hold on.
Right? How do you lead?
Well, hold on. That's what I'm trying to explain. That's a false thing too, because Asians have one of the smallest populations, yet they make the most money. So no, it comes up different when you're.
So is that number nominal? Whatever the amount of money that they make, is that a nominal number?
That's what
because
I'm trying
they're the least. Yeah.
Now go ahead.
I'm saying, would that make that their achievement a nominal number?
No, they're
leading in that stat.
Yeah, their achievement is not nominal though, because again, it's earning. It's not a crime. It's not a simple instance. It's something that's very, very complex in running businesses, earning money, and so on and so forth. And being that they have a very small thing, it's even more of a positive because now, like you said, they make up a very small percentage of the population, yet they're out earning everyone, the women included.
Okay.
So the two highest earning groups are going to be Asian men, then Asian women, then all other groups, all other men.
So what it sounds like you're describing is the rate. There's less of them making more money. So the fact that there's less of them doing more, it makes that very significant.
It
sounds like that's what you're saying, but maybe I didn't hear that.
No, because again, now you have something very similar in Native Americans, where Native Americans are on the other spectrum. So there are very few Native Americans. Native Americans make up 3%. I think Asians make up 5%, but Native Americans are the poorest demographic in the country. So no, that's why I'm trying to tell you.
So is that nominal too?
No, it's not nominal. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you're talking about earning, is not nominal because earning is a totally different thing than like something that's, but it's different.
Yeah, well, I think we
it's different. Okay. All right.
And also let's make sure we also acknowledge that the vigor is not coming from get your shit together. It's coming from get this shit together because I'm concerned about people that look like us. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and also too that like it's just that's the first step is to acknowledge that there's a problem.
Yeah, like AA, right?
We always tell the sisters that. Why we always gotta act like there's something like that's not a problem and pretend like that's nominal. That's, to me, we should think if we want the sisters to take that level of accountability, I think we should show it in that thing because we should be in control of that. As men, for real, men should be in control of these streets. To me, that's a significant problem that the men of these streets don't got no control. And anybody who lives anywhere near the streets knows that. But that's all right. I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody, but I care about the streets. I care about the people in them. And this ain't nominal to me. And so that's why I'm having a hard time. But I'm gonna let it go. Peace. I want to give peace and respect to everybody on the panel. And
I think you'll watch it. I think you'll watch it back, and I think we'll be more on the same page than you think we aren't. I think people really got to go outside. I said this one thing about red pill and etc. And then when you ask the question, who's putting in pain to change the communities and big up the young boys so they act different and be better, people ain't outside. You know what I'm saying? So it's important to go outside and give back so people can see you be a representation of what it is that they need and should be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's cool.
Let me do this. Let me get Flora and Aaron, if you don't mind. I think it is her first time on the panel. Flora, what's popping?
I lost my voice, so just give me. I have one thing to add here, and this is where interpreting stats, has to come into the conversation. You can't just read them out loud. And so here's the issue with what Fantastic is not getting is that it's not about what percentage of Black people are criminals. It's what percentage of murderers or deleters are actually Black, and why would you be comfortable overrepresenting that population? So that's all I had because my voice is gone, but you have to be able to interpret.
Oh, I don't think it's about being comfortable.
Hold on. Don't start that jumping in shit, please. You didn't even say hello, by the way.
Well, I always say hello to you last, but what's up, Ham?
Yeah, good job, Playboy.
Can I address it, Ham? I guess
I just wanted to clarify your sentiment, Flora, that you pulled was that you thought there was a comfort level with overrepresenting that.
Yes, because every time it's brought up, the diversion is, oh, well, it's not the percentage of Black people, but it's why would you be comfortable as a male group being overrepresented in a statistic about the leaders?
Okay, and who do you think?
Smaller group of this country.
Like you said, overrepresentation. So, Flora, who do you think was most comfortable? Because I mentioned the nominal first. So you think it was me, or you think it was me, my Fantastic, and myself?
I mean, in general, I would say it was in response to what Fantastic was saying, because it just sounded very there was always a diversion to the whole group of Black people, but we're talking about the people who are actually doing the deleting. Why would you want to be comfortable overrepresenting that group when you're you're one of the smaller groups of men in this country? And I think that it's very dismissive, and that's a big part of how Black men are viewed in this country.
So, Mr. Fantastic, let me go first real quick. I see what you're saying. I understand how it can be perceived, because we actually complain when the women do it, right? Because it could feel or be perceived as a deflection, right? To downplay the fact that we still overrepresent, regardless of how small the murder, death, kills are. Murder, death, kill is murder, death, kill, right? Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, but I actually addressed that, and I even said I agree with Osa on a lot of those things. But being that Black men are made to be ultra and uber violent when it's not the case, and like you said, this is when you really do need to be more specific, Flora, like you said, about the rate, right? So you have a smaller percentage of something, you're going to account for a larger rate just off your numbers alone, right? So when we really get down into it and you start looking at the numbers, okay, in comparison to, that is important, because again, now it takes away from that narrative that the majority of Black men are violent. That's why you have to get down and say, no, okay, well, there's 8,000, deletions, and there, let's say it's 6,000 perpetrators. Again, now you have to divide the 6,000 by the 20 some odd million Black men that are there. That's less than 1% of Black men are violent. That's what no one ever says. Everybody sticks on you guys commit 56% of the murders. Okay, a few bad apples spoiled a whole bunch, and Black men as a whole are always judged by the few bad apples. So no, it's not me dismissing anything. I agree with this, and I'm adamant about Black on Black crime being a real thing. But at the same time, in the sake of Black men, I cannot let this Black men are the abusers, which is not true. Black men are violent crimes and all these different things. But again, there's a small, very, very small percentage of Black men that make up those large numbers. Same thing with the prison population. You put together the criminals and all this other stuff. That's less than 1% of Black men, even at 700,000 of them.
Yeah. So
okay. So can I just respond to that really quickly?
Go ahead.
My point. So here's the issue again, right? You're not really interpreting what we're talking about. You're diverting to the whole group of Black people. We're talking about people who are committing murder, deletion, whatever you want to call it, right? That's the important stat here. You shouldn't care about how you compare to the whole group, right? We're talking about how you represent murderers. And if you're comfortable being 13% of the country and representing half of the murderers, there's an issue there, right? That's the culture where we're very dismissive of this violence that's going on in the community. There's nobody checking it really. You're saying it's the small percentage of the community, but you're still in this country, you're the majority of the people who are being processed for it. We can argue, we can argue that, you know, there are some who are innocent, but how are you comfortable being 50% of the people in this country who are arrested, charged, whatever? When you
I
make
see.
small
So
percentage?
wait, so Flora. So that actually resonates. I understand. It's almost like saying this, Flora. Correct me if I'm wrong. Murderers are their own demographic, right? Essentially, like let's say they were totally different people, like Orange.
Well,
Out of the Orange people, yeah. Well, yeah, but,
so
yeah.
that's
So
why
that's a criminal
they're
demographic.
criminals to
And
the
it's
general population. We're talking about of the criminals.
But let me regurgitate it.
Different
Yeah.
interpretation conversations.
Yeah, so let me regurgitate it, right? Because that I understand. So demographic is criminals, right? Demographic is murderers, and so in that demographic, we overrepresent, and we don't even got enough people to do so. So you are also separating them from the good people. You ain't even saying that, but you saying murderers are murderers, and more than majority of them are us doing it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And so when are you ever going to be able to stop a murderer from murdering? That's what I'm saying. And that's why it goes back to what I said and what I told Osa. It's only two things that stop criminality. It's the 3 C's. You have culture and you have consequences. Black people don't have the culture and they're not willing to back the consequences to get these niggas off the street. Y'all still complaining about the 94 crime.
What are we talking about that we don't have culture? Because I'd argue that we have a negative culture now, right? It used to be positive, and at some point it became perverted into this rap, pimp, whatever type culture. And that's where now you're comfortable being 50% of the people in this country who are convicted, whatever, of murder. So I think that's a cultural issue right there that you should be focused on versus saying we just don't have a culture.
Well, let me address this for the first time. You say
people being violent.
Well, just let me address this for the first time. You keep saying I'm comfortable. I'm not comfortable. I'm a realist. It's called acceptable losses or something that's just going to happen.
Real quick, Mr. Fantastic. I think what happens to your points is though you name so many reasons why they almost miss the point itself. Because you'll be like this and then this and then this and then this. Just like use one of the examples, and I think we can grasp it more.
Okay. Well, I like to call, like, I think things from a military, what's the name, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Military strategy. Okay. You go into the battle, you know that you're going to lose X amount of people just off the strength of the numbers, right? You set up and you plan for those numbers. Unfortunately, that's what Black people have. Until we do something to change from our cultural, our legal, our just mental standpoint of how, stop snitching and all this other shit and get rid of that is never going to change. So it's just something you have to deal with and live with, unfortunately.
Shouldn't your focus be on changing your comfort levels with the violence? This is why I say comfort, because you're saying, hold on, because you're saying, let's just deal with it. But I'm saying you sound very comfortable with being a very violent population because you're saying, let's just deal with it. Why isn't your approach, let's change it?
I literally just said we need to change it through consequences and culture.
We're going to just have to deal with it. That implies that you're going to stay there.
No, that implies that
of your words.
Hold on, well, let him go ahead and address that last point because that was because if it's fantastic, I heard the same thing. You ended with deal with it, so that's what she like. Well, why is that the last sentiment?
Because it's the reality of the situation. The what is it? Department of Motor Vehicles is going to tell you there are going to be 225,000 vehicle deaths per year, bro. That is just unstoppable. That's what trends. This wonderful thing about stats and statistics is there trends and there's numbers. You have to accept the numbers, and that's what a lot of people you get emotions and things to these numbers when the numbers just are what they are. Until the numbers change. Again, I'm not trying to put an emotional attachment into this. Okay, I've been living
vehicle
40
crash
years.
and murder. They have the same level of preventability or whatever you want to call it. You think a vehicle crash can't be changed, and so the rate of murders in our community can't be changed either. Because a vehicle crash a lot of the times can be just a moment stance, right? It can be a coincidence. It could be just 3 coincidental moments that came with vehicles colliding. And you're talking about a cultural crime rate, and you're saying that can't change. It's stagnant in the same way. That's something that can happen to anyone at any moment. So I'm just asking, how do you correlate those two things?
I'm
All right,
correlating.
so hold on. Y'all been going back and forth a little bit. I just want to get Aaron in. Yeah, well, Aaron been waiting. Now he been chilling. If he wants to concede, you sway quickly, but I think he kind of been waiting because I also want to catch his drift on what Flora is saying, because that I'm disheartened by that logic. Not saying Mr. Fantastic logic is off, but if he's right, that fucking sucks that we can't change it because trends are trends. That is disheartening. So, Aaron, what are your thoughts on Sway? Not that long-winded, but you never know.
DJ Ham, greetings, ladies of the panel. How we doing tonight?
Salute.
Thanks. So, I think real quick, we got to stop using the word comfort. I don't think we're comfortable with things being the way they are. I think in order to cut a head off a snake, you first have to identify where the head is, and then you have to sharpen the knife before you swing it. Meaning you have to empower those who are capable of stopping the madness. So how you would do that is putting more emphasis and energy in those who are doing the right thing. Incentivize them, right? Empower them to be able to stop the madness, right? You feed the dog that you want to grow biggest. If you have a bad dog, you starve his ass. And if you have a good dog, that's the one you feed, all the food. So I think we're already putting too much energy into something that we don't have any real plan on the stopping. The plan is found in the large number of people that are actually doing the right thing. The people that are committing these crimes are nominal percentage-wise, but the crime themselves are not to be looked at nominally. I will grant you that. That's nothing to be comfortable with. But you're going to be you're going to be on this carousel of questioning all night long if we don't start feeding the dog that's actually capable of biting this other motherfucker's head off.
Well, I said it could be.
Or before you respond, let me read these super chats real quick. I'm way behind on these shit. Caesar's Pals with the $5 says 9 and then you know what I want to do is I heard what Aaron said. Before you reply, I want to hear what Sway, because I think he had a reply, and then you can, you know what I mean? See, damn, I said y'all mean Caprice.
You know what that means, Ham? You part of the undercurrent of the bad black.
And you got on a baseball cap.
Ringing the curve down.
See this Palace with the $5 says 9 in 10 Koreans identify domestic abuse as perpetuated by men against women. They make more money, but beat the hell out of their partners. So you decide. Matt P with the $5 says if this is the truth, this hurts. LOL. Fuck these stats. Black men winning. Have a good show, ladies. Dating Pool gave us a C plus. Snuggles with the $2 says, what does it mean to dress black? Like I'm dressed, Snuggles. Do Better Podcast with the 20 ball. What up, Coop? Hey, watch your video you put out earlier. The panel of ladies said 50% of black men were gay with a straight face. Then acted as if they couldn't understand how that was insulting, even after you explained it.
Brother.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. HQ with the $2 average, but little below average. Okay, far grade. Crucifixion of the limp god. What the fuck is that? Niggas be doing too much, man. Who is this person?
Way too much.
I don't like that. That's like I don't know what that is, but
They're trying to scam you. I think like block. They need to block.
I'm gonna block that person. I don't like that.
Block them.
I don't know what that was. All right. Rasta with the $2 says Mr. Fantasy, 22 years, 91X here. DD214 Club.
Oh, okay. I know what they're saying.
Flora with the $5 says 60% of black people were married in the 1960s. What changed? We're gonna get this question answered. I think that's Aaron pushing at that a little bit in terms of his response. HQ with the $2 says the skew is built in, and the numbers are the numbers. Okay, this is a curve. Snuggles with the $2 says explain the meaning of simp and intelligence. The dating pool with the $2 says black men are the least influential, which makes a C plus valid. Enos with the £5 says Osa and Love on the panel is giving me the Fannie Williams and Prosecutor Nathan Wade vibe, brother. Oh,
Brother.
damn. Osa, we almost put you in the bathroom. Martin Luther King with the $5 says no one's talking about over policing when it comes to violent crimes, non-violent crimes like drug use. The disparity is clear. Shout out to Valerie, became a member. Appreciate you. Martin Luther King with the $5 says dude came up and said absolutely nothing. Snuggles with the $2 says, is savage synonymous with intelligence? Snuggles with the $2 says, what does it take to make a slave? What do Snuggles be talking about? Sway with the $2. LOL. This man also is a walking talking point. Ignorance. Caesar's Palace with the $5 says, so you can't bring up made up stats about unknown grapes or murders. What the F? You in your feelings, G. Stay with what you know. Believe all women guy over here. The experience was popping with the $5 says, I don't know any killers and have not killed anyone. I'm not wearing that. Martin Luther King with the $5 says, I see why Osa and Love are together. Ellipsis. Y'all are a perfect match.
Thank you.
Enos with the £2 says, shut up and listen, Osa. God damn.
Brother.
Sean Brewer with the $2 says, black women leads in murder, pound, abortion. TBE Trucking with the $2 says, okay, we found our sassy brother of the night. I'm just saying 9910 was popping with the $2 says, they don't report non-quote unquote hood murders. Sway with the $5 says, why should dying from heart issues become common from 18 to 35? Young people die from non-conventional means. Address Hamp's point instead of the propaganda. Zagu was popping with the $2 says, Osa interrupt more than the ladies. Did it to Hamp. Damn, man. Martin Luther King with the $2 says, love is Osa a sassy man.
Don't worry about it.
Bread and butter with the $5 says, in fact, that all poverty areas generally produce more crime and violent crime, regardless of the primary ethnic group in that region's poverty area. And they put Flora in the bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here.
Flora. You put her in the bathroom.
Good. So, Flora, I'm gonna bring you back in 10 minutes. So, Normal Narrative said,
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Callie Bev, what up? With the $2 says, breakdown of black women percentage by population next, right? I don't know. We didn't do without we did we? I don't think we went there. I'm just saying with the $2 says, Frank shoots Jim over crystal meth, not reported. Really? Jeremiah with the been a member for a month. What's up, Jeremiah? Says the Sway got clear coat on his fingers. If you watch the stream from earlier, the dating pool roast reaction with the $5 says our stats are worse since we have such a small population, yet biggest numbers than others is Osa's point. Yeah, well, you mean biggest percentages, right? Snuggles with the $2 says which gender feels, which gender thinks. T.O. with the $5 says, is Flora actually trying to have a conversation for once? You must have started your exorcism process. Flora was talking. Jeremiah Johnson with the $5 says, here is a stat. 98% of me watching this show is appreciating Miss Rowe. 2% is the subject. We are moving away from the woman's POV. Miss Rowe, bless him. The dating pool with the $2 says, Fan 824 is interpreting stats wrong. Percentages. No cupcakes on with the $2 says 70% of black men are baby mamas. Are you comfortable?
Say what?
He meant black women. He put BM. He meant BW.
Okay. See the palace with the $2 says fantastic taking people out in his sleep. Preach. Martin Luther King with the $10 says black women are the most comfortable mating and dating with the worst of black men. Black men are okay with separating themselves from criminals. Ellipsis. Y'all raise them and support the bullshit. Hater Heath with the $5 said the DMV just had stats. There would be less deaths if there were less drunk drivers. We have groups who stop that, but the numbers are the numbers. I'm just saying what the $5 says. Hemp, you need some real niggas talking about nigga topics. Oh shit. Salute the Will. He said, bring Flora back when she come. Oh, there she go. And now she got a $10 credit. Aaron with the $5 says, here are some stats. There are over 600 people listening, and 50% of y'all ain't hitting the like button. Come on, man.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here.
That's the best worst stat I heard all night, man. Come on, get the likes up, D. Stanisha was popping with the $5 says, love, I'm disappointed. Is this really what you deal with? Sad you can do better, love. Or No More Nerd with the $10 says, if Flora come back, put her in the bathroom. You not rebranding tonight, Bandita. Well, she had a $10 credit, so she's still here right now. Strike Team Strike Team with the $5. At the end of the day, the stats say y'all still in each other DMs regardless. God, you with the $5 says 0.7% of the population is in prison. Percentages get larger as the total numbers grow. Smaller grows smaller. That's the confusion that seems like needs addressing. You understand what he's saying, Miss Fantastic?
Yeah.
All right, hold on to that. Zag, pause, right? Yeah, pause. Zagu with the $2 says, Love said, don't worry about it. Equals, yeah, he's sassy as fuck.
No, it means don't worry about it because you ain't got nothing to do with him. I'm worrying about him. I'm dealing with him. He all right with me.
Let's go ahead and get this. Let's get let Sway, go ahead.
So I think the biggest issue of when we're talking about the stats Ulta brought up and the conflation is when we make it a representation of black men. I'll give you an example. When we'll argue, say, hey, black men are violent, and we'll say, no, they're not. And then we'll bring up this stat of, oh, well, the 54% of the people who commit murder is black men. But then we're like, okay, but what is that in totality of black men? Then the conflation is that if you're going to say most black men are violent and then use this stat to represent that, you have to use the whole number of black men. You can't just go off of this ratio of a subset of people and then represent that as black men. Because at this point, like the other comment said, you're talking about your brothers, you're talking about your uncles, you're talking about your cousins, you're talking about your sons, you're talking about the men you date that you know have never committed a murder, but somehow use these subset, this 6,000 black men a year as the representation of black men. Now, if you want to talk about them and address that issue, fine, but then you can't use them as an example to prove a point that black men are violent. That's not a point you can bring up. Now, the idea of what Osa said earlier is the median income nonsensical and should just be thrown out. No, because why are you bringing it up? Why did you bring up that other point? The main reason is the intent and why you're actually bringing up the stats. The main reason they brought up those stats is more often than not is how we deal with each other in relationships. Why am I getting with you? What is the future outcomes of our kids' medium household incomes? They were talking about dating out, marriage, stuff of that nature. So if you're talking about interpersonal dynamics, if you're deciding if you're going to date a Asian man or a black man or Asian woman or a white woman or whatever the case may be, you can look at the average median income of that subset of race of people. That's the main point of bringing it up. So the idea that you can just throw it out because it's a median, no, why are you bringing it up? I thought the point you brought up earlier was just propaganda and a talking point, because more often than not, it just sounds good. But when we're talking about everybody, 6,000 people, 8,000 black men, pretty much less than 10,000 black men a year are committing murders, but somehow that represents millions of us. It represents your sons, your future sons, your grandsons. Any black men in history, apparently at this point, is somehow represented by 8,000 black men. But that makes sense to y'all? Doesn't? Because I wouldn't do that for women. Personally, I'm not one of the black men here that would somehow take 20,000 black women and somehow represent as another 20 million black women. That doesn't make sense either. But if I can do that, it makes common sense not to go the other way.
Are black women overrepresented? Do we make majority of criminals in any?
But you know, not criminals, but a whole lot of other stats you do. And you have both numbers.
Wait, let me just say this. Let me just say this. There's no benefit in the windmilling, so let's not start just throwing punches. But Sway, in terms of the conversation, there was also on point based on the subject matter at hand. Do we have to address it, even though we know it's a nominal number?
Why are we addressing it?
Well, because
bringing it up in this conversation,
no need to windmill. There's no need. So because we're talking about stats, the statistics, right, in crime. So in the crime demographic, that is something we lead in, right? And so if you lead in anything, negative or positive, you say positive. How can we replicate this? Negative. How can we eradicate this?
Yeah, but you see how when you checked him about not pushing it as a narrative that it represents majority of black men, and he had to kind of backtrack about it. What Flora did this whole time was do that in her conversation with you guys.
No, I said we're talking about
I don't need a response from you. I don't need a response from you.
Or let him. Listen. You don't. Everybody don't need to be the police. Let me be the police. Flora, do me a favor. Let him finish this point. Sway, make a concise point, then you can respond because he said your name. Go ahead.
Like I said, like the conflation is when you're talking about representing black men, and you're saying black men in generality, and you're conflating the point that they're a violent group of people, and then use this as a point that 54% of people who commit murders are black people, and then you break down how that represents the whole number, because you're using a general statement of the whole number of people. 8,000 people does not represent 16 million black people.
Okay.
16 million black people. It doesn't.
Okay. Go ahead, Flor.
So my point wasn't to talk about black people in percentage compared to black people who are committing murders. I made a specific point that this was about of murderers. I've said that like probably 3 times since I've made my point. I'm talking about of criminals. Black men are overrepresenting the violent criminals, especially murderers. Right? That's the direct point that I'm making. So again, when I say comfort level, I'm saying you keep diverting to all black people and saying, well, it's not all black people. We get that. I'm talking about of criminals. How can you be such a small percentage of the country, but make up such a large percentage of the ones who are doing violent crimes? That's my point here.
The large percentage is 8,000 to 20 million.
Well, no.
Your point to all black people. I'm not talking about all black people.
My question is this. My question is this.
So what are we supposed to do about the criminals if we're not?
Well, that's not. But Sway, I understand that, but that's actually a separate conversation, which is what Aaron was addressing. But she's saying the criminal demographic.
That's fine.
Criminal.
That's not.
I know,
that to represent black.
Let me just say this.
Done multiple times.
I don't want to have to remove people for no reason. Let me just say this. We're talking about the criminal demographic. I'm not laughing.
Well, you're letting her gaslight you because you can.
No, I'm not. And
she did.
Wait, you fucking it up now. Now you fucking it up for no reason.
All right, whatever.
So here's what I'm saying. She's talking about the criminal demographic. Right?
I'm not crazy.
So I'm saying I didn't say you was crazy.
Well, I listened perfectly.
It's annoying. It's annoying though. You talking while everybody talking. Just chill for a second. So I swear to God, I haven't laughed once. Just chill for a second. So what I'm saying is I'm just considering what it is that she's saying. That's all. So she's just saying the criminal demographic, she's taking criminals from every race and making them their own race is how I'm just putting it together. And she says with that race being criminals, she's saying we overrepresent and we're not even enough people to do so. That's what I'm hearing. So that's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm listening to exactly what she said, and I'm not picking out what I'm trying to hear from it. What she has done in her statements is conflated this point to the majority and generalize this to black men. So I'm addressing what she's saying on the internet, not necessarily how you think about it, as trying to compartmentalize what she's saying to you to kind of break down something right from it. I'm actually representing what she's saying verbatim, what podcast does. And what she said verbatim has generalized this stat to black men. And I'm saying when you do that, unlike people like you who give people the good faith and they trying to really understand it for whatever it is and move on, a lot of people will take it and run with it and generalize that stat to black men in conversations. Outside of this space, I've heard it multiple times from Flora and all the other terrorists in this space that will use these numbers to generalize and represent us as black men. As much as you aren't doing that, and we're trying to move that away in this conversation, it is still being used, and I want to address that point. It's used all across these YouTube streets.
And just really important, Ham. Listen, now this, and Sway's pointing this out, and he kind of has history with this person, so we know what she's trying to do. She's doing exactly what he's saying she's doing. You notice she's sticking to only murdering, right? What was the difference? Love in grapes from white men to black men. That's violent crime, isn't it? You see what I'm saying, Ham? So it's literally no. She's even trying to corner it to the point of where she know black men leads. One of the very few, that in robbery. But when you combine black men with robberies and what's the name, it doesn't add up to white men and grapes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the Flora. Let me ask Flora a couple questions. So Sway, I understand what it is you coming from. I understand what you're trying to do because you're saying the truth matters. Compartmentalizing can that way I can understand the point, but what's the actuality? So, Flora, do you agree that this small percentage does not represent black men's behavior overall?
Of course not. My point,
Okay.
and the only point I'm
No,
making.
no. I got a couple questions. So okay, so that's cool. Let's let that marinate for a second. When you look at crime as a whole, what does it actually break down to? Love. Like, what do you say about the sexual crimes that white men are committing? You want them to hold themselves to the same standard in terms of that?
So that tells me that the issues that we're having is violence, right? So violence, specifically deletions, right, in our community.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if we're looking at gang violence and the fact that men are the main ones committing it, it wouldn't be surprising to me that the main crimes that Black men are over committing are violent crimes that happen among men, right, versus sexual crimes, right?
That's a violent crime. Hold on, you. That's a violent crime.
You're not
Sex
going
crime
to
is a violent crime.
If your issue is a cultural issue amongst men, and men are more likely to delete each other than they are to grape each other, then obviously it's a fair point to say that Black men are specifically going to overrepresent in the place where they have the biggest cultural issue, which is the violence in men's culture. So
Camp, that's not true. She's not answering your question.
I keep reiterating that so that we don't think I'm talking about all Black people. I'm talking about specifically of the violent people in this country. They happen to be Black men, and it has a lot to do with the crimes that they're specifically committing amongst each other that have to do with the culture, right? But gang violence is not going to be necessarily mostly sexual crimes. They're going to be deleting each other. That's more likely to happen amongst that population versus graping each other. I mean, are we saying that they're going to
Is a woman saying, so we have a woman up here saying that grape isn't a big deal, that grape isn't violent?
No, I'm not saying rape isn't a big deal at all. I'm talking about a specific population and the specific crimes that they're committing says something about their culture.
Okay, so what is it? You didn't answer Hamp's
you're more
question.
likely to do to each other is deletion than grape.
Oh,
you're more likely to shoot each other than you are.
All
to grape
men
each other.
are.
So
All men are. Like you
overrepresent
said.
that statistic.
Okay.
All men are. So it's
All right,
relevant.
so one. Let's do this. Maybe I do, because I like to understand what it is people are saying before I blow it up, and I like to ask clarifying questions. And people often blow their own points up if you ask the right questions. But when we cut her off, now it's like, well, damn, what merit does it have for her to be cut off in the first place? So, Mr. Fantastic, you want to go ahead and rebuttal it?
Yeah, listen, she didn't answer your question. You asked her about the white men and grape, right? Which is again 6 times the numbers, and then that's not even counting. So we just counting grape, Hemp. Now remember, even though Black men have a larger percentage, it's like 54 to 48 or whatever. It's not that big of a gap. So now you have to also add in the grapes, which they're like 80% more than Black men are. Plus that she keeps focusing on Black men because her thing is to make Black men violent.
Question. Hold on, Floor. Question, Mr. Fantastic. But the FBI, why do they have the grapes broken out from like the other violent crimes? Is it broken out on those stats?
No, it's in violent crime. They go through all robbery, murder, everything. They do
It's all in violent crime.
Yes, those are violent
They
crimes.
also have specific numbers for each
Hold
one.
on. And we telling you, do you know the numbers? Do you know the numbers?
For armed robbery, they have.
Do you know the numbers though, Flora? Do you know the numbers, Flora?
I would have to get very, very specific, and you're having an issue with specifics in this.
What we're telling you is this. Outside of my bad.
Well, I'm just saying that the professional YouTubers, man, y'all be so Mr. Fantastic, I understand what you're saying when you break them down, but when it goes to violent crime, right? Is that 54% that the number?
No, it's even. No, it's even higher. That's what I'm telling you. It's gonna be even higher. So they don't parse it out the way they do all violent crimes. They do it by that, and then you have to do your individual stats of each when you combine them yourself. You have to do your own math. That's what I'm.
Sorry. So with violent crimes, we are 33%, right? Yeah, I think it's
something
like
30. Like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, but that's including grapes at that juncture, right? Because it's
that would be including, I think, everything. Yeah, everything. Put everything together, it'd be somewhere around that.
Everything. And what so what I'm saying is so we're 33%. But with us being entirely 14% of the population, it's still an overrepresentation, what we still need to address regardless, right?
It's still an overrepresentation, but then you have to look at the trends, Hamp. Like you said, just like you go back 10 years ago, The prison population was way higher than what it is. The black man prison population has dropped over time. So there are improvements and things happening. You're not giving black men credit for that. You're just trying to act like everybody's locked up or in jail and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is, when you parse this out and you want to only focus on murders, yes, you're going to win on that. But murders is only one part of all of the violent crimes that classify. Like assault, right? Assaults. They're like 80% of assaults.
Let me just clarify a little bit. Let me just keep clarifying. So you're saying that we have been trending downward, right?
Yes. Outside of murders, yes. Overall, prison population overall and other violent crimes, yes.
But we still been catching bodies.
Yeah, still catching bodies.
Okay. So here's what I do with the kids, Mr. Fantastic. Let me just see if this logic makes sense to you. So if my kids, right? Not my kids, but like when I'm coaching the kids, right? So if they're not good at taking on the pulling guard from the power, right? But they can pass rush, I'll stop working on their pass rush and start working on taking on the pulling guard, right? So they still have issues, but I'm not focused on the pass rush because they're great pass rushers. Now I hone in on what's still at hand. Does that make sense when she's honing in on murder? If we both agree that we haven't done better with that statistic specifically.
Yeah, you can hone in on it, but then you go back to Aaron's point, and it's a much deeper cause. Yeah. Black men themselves aren't the cause of the murder rate. It's a lot of factors that go into that, and it's a lot that has to do again with upbringing and them being raised. No men in the situation, and no respect for men as a whole. The reason why black men are so violent against each other is because black men don't have any love for black men, because black women don't love black men. Even the sons.
Because black women don't love you, you guys don't respect each other.
Again, it's culture, love.
Not respecting each other, our culture.
The mother. Let me answer the question. So again, a boy becomes a man, right? So if all a boy sees a woman do to a man is disrespect him, say he's not this, ain't, can't, don't, want, what is the boy gonna have his opinion of himself? Is that's what he's gonna be in his future?
If a boy's father walks out on him and chooses not to raise him, how's he?
Most fathers don't walk out, love. I mean, most fathers don't walk out, and we went over those stats tonight too.
60% of black men aren't in the home with their children, so
not in the home doesn't mean they're not involved. See, you should have paid attention to the stats. He read those stats.
I said
not in the home does not mean not involved.
Said not in the home though, so I said
okay, but you're saying two separate
their homes and are willing to be away, even if they're financially providing for their children. What impact does that have on the kids?
No, they're involved though. That's what you're purposely
obfuscating.
That
involvement helpful?
Yes, obviously the men that have fathers in the home is.
That's not showing in black men. So that's the point I'm making. If you're still deleting each other at very high rates, do you love each other? Are you being taught to love each
that's
other?
trending. That's trends, and then that's a whole other thing. I'm sorry.
Where did that started from? I'm sorry, y'all. Hey, y'all. And where did black men?
Hold on, JP. I got you. I just want to make sure everybody else has just been chilling. Did y'all want to say something? Like, I know Osa was trying to get in.
I just wanted to apologize whenever you get a chance.
All right, it's all good. So yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of tuned in because when they trying to kick Flora off and she never been up here, I'm like, well, I'm trying to understand why they want to kick her so bad. But go ahead, bro. And then we'll get Aaron in real quick.
I guess my question is, y'all focus so much on the crime part of things. No one talked about the positive things. Like,
I'm gonna rotate you. All right, just chill. Go ahead, bro.
Like the stats of black men being the most involved with their children, despite them being in the home or not. That's a good trend. The fact that your income has gone up since 1960, that's a good trend. Even though you don't make the most, it's a good trend. But we rather focus on the negativity, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, but what I'm saying is no one addressed that part of it. And those are stats that we should be focusing on and figuring out how we can continue to build on it.
Okay. Focus on what exactly, bro? I just want to make sure that point is heard.
Focusing on the fact that the income has gone up for black men. It just hasn't arisen to the quadruple amount of Asian men, but it has gone up since 1960. It hasn't gone down. It hasn't trended down. It's just that it's been moving forward just at a slower pace for whatever reason.
Question, bro. is that due to cost of living though, or is that due to working hard and putting that pain in though?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, dealing with high school kids, I honestly feel like I think my generation was taught the wrong thing to focus on. We were taught to focus on go to college, get an education, you get a good job, and that's not necessarily true. They didn't tell us about the loans. They didn't tell us about the debts. When you get to these millenniums and these Gen Zs, they have magnet schools now. They have training that are coming out of high school, and these kids are ready and able and ready to work. So I think more of that needs to be promoted, because they don't all want to go to college, and they shouldn't have to, but they all don't need to be social media.
No, so what you're doing is giving solution, but what I'm saying is, do we need to consider, did we just not go less money because the cost of living? You know what I mean? Like, is that what it is?
I think it's just the fact of opportunity. I don't think that there were opportunity. Now, I'm biased on this because I just feel like our Black leaders over time did not lead. Okay.
Do you think we take advantage of opportunities?
You said what?
You think we take good advantage of opportunity?
I think once it's presented to you and it's something that you feel that you want, I absolutely do, because I see it every day. If kids want to be auto mechanic people, as the PTSA president, I went out there, I was talking to somebody as a booster. They got an auto mechanic company. They can come in and do apprenticeships because the kids want it. So if they want it and it's there, they're going to take advantage of it.
All right,
and I don't think that was afforded to people back in the day.
Okay. Let me, Japrice, you wanted to say something on that?
No, I just wanted to say that when, I don't know what it's actually called, but when you have like powwows with like a company or just like military or something, you come together and you talk about how you can improve. I don't think you need claps or accolades for doing something that you're already supposed to be doing. So I think that when we come together, it's okay to point out the bad. It's okay to point out what could be better, because there's always room for improvement.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let me do this, Aaron. I just want to make sure I move the microphone around a little bit. And JP just got here, so I'm gonna get him in. Nay, you straight? Yeah. Go ahead, Aaron. What you wanted to say?
Yeah.
I have a question for Flores. So the originating question is, what's the state of Black men today, or how do we measure up to our counterparts? In answering that question, what percent would you say the murder rate should influence the answer? Should it be proportionate to the amount of people that's actually doing it, or should it be inflamed because of the nature of murder? Because it sounds like you're kind of favoring the latter.
That's a great fucking question, actually.
So if I can very quickly just address what I was going to say, because it applies actually to the question that was asked. And I think, oh crap, I lost it while I was speaking. Sorry.
Well, answer his question before you might get it back.
Your question. Can you just restate it real quickly? Because I was trying to make my point and I forgot it.
So the original question is, how do Black men measure up, right? And in answering that question, what percentage of the murder rate that Black men are responsible for should contribute to that answer? Should it be directly proportional to the percentage of murders contributed, or should it be inflamed because of the nature of murder?
So I think that it should be inflamed because of the nature of murder, right? I think we should be looking at crime in general, right? At the rate that it's happening in this country. Because now we're not just looking at Black people, we're looking at all the crime that's happening in America, let's say, if we want to narrow it down. And now, how can you be the smallest percentage of the male group in this country, but yet you are at the highest rate committing crimes? A lot of the times it's against your own people, right? And a lot of it is connected to the violent culture, right? So that's where I think there are just very direct connections that we're minimizing so that we can say not all Black people are doing this. I think it's pretty clear that not all Black people are criminals, not all Black men are. It's a very small percentage, whatever. But I'm talking about, why are we comfortable? And this is why I say comfort again, over representing violent criminals in this country, and specifically murderers. I just think we're comparing it to the whole landscape, right? We're taking it away from the Black utopia. When we're looking at all of the criminals, why are we okay being majority of the murderers, which are some of the most violent criminals. Why are we okay with that?
Get a response.
And that's adding in the fact that there might be some who are not convicted properly, who might be innocent too. That's still a very high number.
All right, so you're answering a question with a question. I'm not suggesting we should be comfortable with it. I never did. But what I am suggesting is that point of view kind of is doing two things. It's putting the cart before the horse and then taking the baby and throwing out the bathwater. I mean, you can focus on it all you want, and you're right. The nature of murder does have the effect of that, right? Does have an inflaming property to it, but that doesn't solve the problem, and it never will, right? I think really what we have to identify in culture is what makes the culture shit, not murder. Murder is a component that is a result of a shit culture. You got to put the cart and the horse in the right spot.
Culture. It's a result of violent culture. It's a result of violent culture. And when the culture is aimed at,
was he finished?
That should be a concern. That's why I say you guys
make sure he makes it.
Because
Flora, let him go ahead and make the point. Let him go ahead and finish his point, though.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
So I'm just trying to.
They're kind.
No.
He's kind of rhetorically like saying. Go ahead.
No, yeah, that wasn't a question. That was a statement. Shit culture is responsible for violence, which then becomes a component of culture. Violence didn't show up first. Shit culture led to violence. We're not proud of ourselves. We're not proud of the way we dress, the way we speak. Like we don't love ourselves. That in turn leads to not trying hard in the workforce, right? It leads to poverty. It can lead directly to violence, but we're not predisposed to violence as people. And it sounds like that's the road you're getting ready to go down. What came first was a shit culture, and it led us to violence. So in order to solve the violence, let me finish. Let me finish. In order to solve
There's no need
the violence component, you have to first solve the shit culture. Are you going to treat the disease, or are you going to treat the symptom is the question. Treating the symptom is not going to cure you of the virus, my dear.
Let's see. Okay, let me read these super chats real quick. What's poppin' fantasy? Jay Prince, I got you.
Hey guys.
Big Bad Bull with the 20 ball says, let's give Flora a break tonight. She's being productive. Alfred, he said, this is going to be a bit long, pause, so please have some patience. I just became a member. Salute.
Shit like that.
This platform is genuinely refreshing, especially with the way DJ Hemp conducts the show. Appreciate you. With that said, I'll do another super chat for my point.
Shit like that.
T.O. with the $5 says, y'all here really fighting for Flora tonight. Okay, let her Tourette's kick in. Y'all gonna see. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, Hemp without shades look less like a statistic we listed today. God damn, man. See, Island Girl with the $2 says, Sway lying. Alfred with the 20 ball says, both Fantastic and Sway have valid points, but Fantastic is making a point on the root cause, but she's being disingenuous. For non-fatal violent crimes, white people lead. When murder gets in, yes, black people lead. To be continued. Zach Gould with the $2 says she's easily cut. I don't know what that means. Said could have said 1% of black men committed the murders. Lamar Black attack was popping with a 200. Is that yen?
Yeah, yen.
Sway cooked y'all ass. Shout out to Sway. Big Bad Bull. He said, more credit for Flora. She's actually making a perfect point. If we are focusing on the black community and what needs to be need and what we need to, as Hemp says, eradicate most, dudes seem to have PTSD when she joins a discussion. Relax. Drop JP so I can come up. God damn, you're not even in the back. Hold on. When you get in the back, we'll swap out. Snuggles with the $2 says, can I join the panel and give my 2 cents? Yeah, of course. You always here. Alfred Johnson with the $10 says, you got to be on camera. Alfred Johnson with the $10 says, Slay is focusing on murder. But murder is one of the more than 10 violent crimes on that UCR Part 1 offense. Who is creating these murders? Black women. Black men are the most involved fathers. Stanisha with the $5 says DJ ellipsis. Flora is the female JP. Both rode the short bus and eat crayon. Come on. What the hell? Shout out to Martin Luther King with the 20 ball. Drop Fantasy Island. She ain't say shit yet.
God damn.
Bye bye.
Fantasy, somebody gonna bring you back, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out.
Damn,
Come on.
James. Sean Brewer with it says road magnet school is public. Same. Alfred Johnson with the $5 says this is my last post. I don't want to empty my account like a dude who is visiting the strip joint for the first time. Crime is intra-racial. Congo, which Poppin said with the $10 says Swaying Fantastic is saying Slayer platforms and talking outside of this live only deal with the negative side of men.
Men, they need therapy.
Snuggles with the $2 says is cutting people off a sign of violence? No. Enos with the £5 says the fact that Fantasy Island girl covered up her attachments, she put in the bathroom. Damn, LOL, someone will put her in the bathroom. Yeah, well, you know I make everybody cover up, but she covered up. Hank Deasy with the $5 says this is my first time seeing Flora, but she cooking in my opinion. Gary Grant with the $5. What's up, Mr. Grant? 6,000 murders by black men compared to 169,895 abortions black women. Who are the violent ones?
That's keep changing the conversation. Oh my goodness.
Ian Poole with the $5 says sooner than later, men's behavior is gonna be women's fault. I can see it coming. Uh-oh. Free said bring fantasy back. Man. All right. I think you got kicked off, didn't you, JP?
You said when she come back, if she come back in the back, I just want to say something very quick to it.
All right, Lauren, hit the link. Go ahead, JP. You got 30 seconds.
No, from what if I'm looking at this and I had to make my judgment about black men committing these murders and stuff like that. First off, I would distinguish the black man that was raised in a 2-parent home compared to the men that was raised from a single family home. And then when you take that in consideration, when you think about the men prior welfare days, war days, did black men have that much violence, especially violence amongst each other? So I really believe that when you think about when these families, these black communities, when it was led by women, the violence, if you check the empirical data, it didn't show when the fathers was not there, it did not show that the violence decreased. It actually shows that the violence increased. So on top of that, with poverty as well, so just while you saying that black men make up the most violence in America, you also got to say we are the most impoverished in those single family communities. And again, to add it with the black men, you got to differentiate the men that was raised in the single mother environment compared to the men that was raised in 2-parent households. I don't think those men that was raised in the 2-parent households are the ones committing all the murders. It seems like the problem that we have with the black men is the ones that's raised in the single mother homes. And the majority of black men, to Fantastic's point, the majority of black men that have died or got killed was used as a weapon from the women. It's always a woman, black woman, that was always behind most of black men's deaths. Now, I'm not saying all deaths, because you got gang, you got selling drugs, but we also have a large population of women weaponize black men against other black men. And a lot of those deaths transpire in that aspect. That's all I had to say.
So I debunked that theory that y'all got.
I got it real quick, Ro. I got you. JP, I gotta clarify if she was buying you back. So just hold on in the chat for a second. But you only got 10 minutes anyway. Ask Abe, are you saving JP or what? Because this I don't know what this means. So clarify.
I want to hear Jay Prince spit.
But then it said I'm in a dilemma because she want to hear Lauren too. So it sounds like a total line unless I'm doing it. Unless I'm not understanding. But you got your point off, JP. But I'll look for it because I think I'm not. What you said got to be addressed. Period. But I think Ro about to just stay in the back real quick.
So I want to address this. I put this stat up a couple weeks ago. You are right to an extent when it comes to single mother household, but it has something to do with income. It has not necessarily just single mothers, because the same rate of college graduates, young men, and the same rate was the young Black men coming from single households, dependent on the income of the family that
Everybody
they
mute, okay? In case you got Flora, you got the TV on? Turn it down. God damn. Like Young and the Restless, man. You can watch that anytime. Go ahead, bro.
So that was debunked. It is actually, it has something to do with your income, because families that come, Black boys that come from families, single parent or two-parent homes that have education beyond high school and make the same amount of income, a higher income, their kids are going to college. They're not going and committing crimes and going to jail. But at the same rate, you have those other boys who are in poverty, and their parents don't have an education past high school. They are committing the crimes and going to jail. It's the same rate. It is not.
No, it's not the same rate. No, it's not the same rate, bro. What are you saying? No, it's not. Hold on.
One is 47.3%. The other one is 50-something%.
You're saying poverty? You're saying poverty is a key factor?
Yes.
Education being a key factor. It sounds like
question. Okay, education. But so without the education, people are making less money, right?
Correct.
Now, is it coincidental that? So you're saying that the Black mother, childless, fatherless homes, is there not a correlation there though?
It is.
There's not a correlation, because if both parents, if it's a single parent home and the father's not in the home, and the father and the mother has a college degree, their kids are not out there committing crimes. Why is everybody looking dumbfounded?
Education.
No, it's not dumbfounded. Again, no. Listen, again, you're no.
One reply from Mr. Fantastic. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
The thing is, again, this ain't just Black people. This is across the board. This is all races. So it tells you this again: when a father's not in the house, no, father's not involved. That's what we're talking about, Ro. We're not talking about a mother and a father. You said mother and father. We're talking about where mother only.
Listen to what I said, because JP specifically pointed out single mothers. He did not talk about the father and all these races. He talked specifically about single Black mothers.
Okay.
And the stats are clearly the same, and it is based off of income and education.
No, and again, what I'm going to say to you, you said what you said. You said mother and father. You said that, Ro. I don't know if you recall saying it.
I first said it is either a single parent home, or with the single mother being a college educated woman, and the mother that has no education past high school. The rates are the same, meaning if
the rates can't be the same. There's 3 categories.
Okay, so it's a little under. So if my child, if I don't have a high school diploma, and I only have a high school diploma,
regardless of gender,
and I'm only making a certain amount, more than likely the stats say my son is going to go be a criminal. But
regardless of gender, right?
No, not regardless of gender. That's what I'm saying, Ham. It's not regardless of gender.
No, I'm saying what Ro's saying. See, here's the thing: you guys get points, get lost because it takes such a long time to get to it. So you're saying without the education and what else?
Without the education and money, basically, 9 times out of 10, your child the Black boy will go to jail,
regardless of gender, right?
Regardless of gender.
Mother or father, that's not accurate. That's not true.
Okay. Where did you get that from, Ro? Real quick.
Yeah, show it to me.
I shared it a couple weeks ago. I'll have to find it.
Okay, throw it in the back. I'll share it. I haven't seen that stat. I don't know if I've ever looked for it, but I looked at like single parent homes. I don't know if I saw that. What I have seen from fathers is that father-led homes and dual parent homes have
do better than What are you talking? This is what I'm talking about. And I'm not being an asshole, Ro.
Single parent home, single Black females, because that's what Jay Prince brought out.
But Ro, listen, you said mother or father. That's what we trying to tell you. So yes, we're talking about single parent homes, mother only, no father. When it's the
single mother homes. That's what I
okay,
say.
but Ro, it's not the same. And we're talking about it's not the same though. When the man, you brought up fathers too. When the man gets involved, the man does better. The man has a better outcome. Period. Across the board. They're doing worse with single mothers. That's all racist.
Why are 50%? Why are you 50% of murderers if you guys are the most involved fathers?
Because even though you're the most involved fathers, you still have more single mothers, and you have more black women that have more.
How are you the most
Let me answer the question. Don't ask me the question and cut me off. Don't ask me the question and cut me off.
You didn't want to land your plane. So
let me answer.
You didn't let me finish. You cut me off fucking mid statement.
Y'all got smoke for some reason. Let's just chill with the smoke.
It's not smoke. She just cut me off. She asked me the question, then go cut me off like a machine gun.
Fantastic. Let's just give her the numbers, see what she think of the numbers. So, to Mr. Fantastic's point, Flora, you're right. 70% of our kids are born. The child is not out of wedlock. The dad's not in the home. However, the involvement rates drops that number of black kids without dads to 53%, because 47% of dads are involved. So there's 53%. You can get 8,000 murderers out of 53% of the population. That makes sense.
And the majority of those are women only.
Well, wouldn't more involved fathers produce less deleters?
Less murderers.
Why do we negate the fact that you are neglecting these children? They're experiencing a type of neglect that they shouldn't experience.
The mothers are neglecting them. The mothers are neglecting them by choosing horrible
mothers that are there. So that means that the fathers
the mothers are neglecting them by giving them bad fathers and jobs.
Wait, you didn't want anyone to cut you off.
But y'all don't have to break down the conversation. Let me ask y'all, see if y'all answer this. Let's get this answer. I want Flora to answer when I give this number, fantasy and nay, right? 70% of our kids are born out of wedlock. We know that. Y'all all know that, right? But when we look at father involvement, that number is 53%. 47% of that 70 have a father that's involved. So what I'm saying, if we're blaming it on the women, there's 53% of them children that you can do so and get 8,000 murderers. Let me know if y'all follow my logic, and if you disagree, tell me why in 30 seconds.
Sorry.
Let me start the clock. You go first, Flora.
Okay, so my question is, why is it that, so you're saying we found out in this number of involvement of fathers that black men have a very high number, right? So why is it
47% are involved?
Involvement does not impact the high number of deleters that you have, right? Because if you have, for example, a higher number of involvement than white men, even, let's say that if that were to be the case, why is it that involvement number produces less deleters, but for black men that isn't the case? The involvement actually doesn't in any way, shape, or form change the amount of deleters that there are. Right? So if you're there, if we're born out of wedlock, but you're still there, how is that not impacting the fact that you guys are still the largest group of deleters in this country, and you make the smallest percentage? Why doesn't the fatherhood impact that?
Okay, so before we'll get an answer to that, Aaron, you can reply to Flora when it comes around. Fantasy, did you hear how I framed it with the logic I employed, and do you want to rebuttal that, or you want me to say it again real quick?
I understand your logic. Your logic is okay. I'm not going to restate your logic. So I think that it's important for us to understand that the trauma that they experience from being neglected, the majority of them, since the majority of them are in single parent homes that are
53%. Yep.
Exactly. So the neglect, the abuse, all the above that they experience are what contributes to these things. But we only want to put it on the mother because she's the one that's there. And that doesn't make any sense to me, because I know for a fact that my mom never whooped us, but my dad did. And he wasn't in the household, but that is abuse, depending on why you're whooping them, or like you're whooping all the kids because one child did something, you don't know who did it. That is abuse.
Everybody get in trouble.
We experience abuse so rapidly, it's violence, like Flora was saying, that we have normalized it as a people. Spare the rod, spoil the child. So then we have these violent children running around who turn into violent adults. It's starts from childhood and it raises to adulthood.
Okay, let's do this. Miss J, did you want to respond to what Fantasy said? Because I still gotta get Miss Nay.
Okay, go ahead and give Miss Nay. I want
All right.
to address.
See, I know, Aaron, you remember what you wanted to respond specifically with Flora, right? I know you would remember. Miss Nay, go ahead. You remember what I said?
Yeah, but I was going.
And what the key point that I took away from fantasy, just FYI, is really quick. The 53% still don't have fathers, and those fathers need to be implicated in some way, shape, or form. They don't get to be exonerated because you're not there. There has to be some level of what's
accountability.
Accountability. So I just want to make sure I pulled that fantasy. So I just want to make sure. Should I say pause? Yeah, let me pause the pull just in case. All right, Miss Nay, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess because when Fantastic was because he was like blaming the mom, and I'm like, how are we blaming the mom when we are the ones raising the kids, and then men aren't in the home, but yet you're saying they're involved? And then to Flora's point about the murders being high. So wouldn't that make shouldn't the numbers be lower if you are involved? Like I'm trying to understand how you're so involved. How is that the numbers are so high? I'm still stuck in that. Like,
okay. So that's all right. Everybody chill. Okay, everybody chill. We're gonna work on memorization. Remember what you want to say. God damn it, Lauren, what's popping? How are you?
Hola. I'm good.
Like that?
Put him in the fucking
All that shit you be talking in the chat, you like that?
Put him in the fucking bedroom.
Huh?
Welcome, Lauren. We love her.
What's up, man? What you doing here?
I'm just listening because y'all went into statistics and that's not for me. I don't know those, so.
Well, yeah, you may not espouse statistics. However, when people say things, your super chats show that you have discernment, right? So with that being said, Nay and Flora's point, what do you think about those 2 points specifically? Were you paying attention? Come on.
Brother. Put him in the fuck.
You was over there asleep with your eyes open?
No, I was listening, but to like regurgitate it, I can't remember it like that.
But they saying if we are so-called so involved, because that's a stat that we always hear, how black men are the most involved fathers, why are people still getting deleted? Why do we have the highest rate of deleters?
I can't base that on the lack of fatherhood. I think it's just a lack of full parenting. So I can't put it all on the lack of the man being there.
Shout out to Lauren.
But how can you be a parent if you're not there? How can you be parenting? So that's poor parenting, not being there, right?
Fantasy. So you don't got a windmill. I got it.
I'm just asking her.
Well, let me ask her. I ask better questions than you. Good gracious.
Well, absence is abuse. Just
hold on.
It's not. Can we stop this abuse bullshit?
See, now y'all start windmilling. Yo, the YouTubers suck at conversations. I just want to say that. The YouTubers.
That's alienation right there. Alienation.
So, shout out to the YouTubers, man. So Lauren, I'm used to saying your whole name because I'm always reading the super chats. Lauren Mack. Now, are you giving that badge of dishonor to the parent that's there or the parent that's not there?
The parents that's there.
Okay. And how, so if it was a percentages and you had to split the percentage of bad parenting, how much does the parent that's not there get versus the parent that is there?
I can't really blame the parent that's not there because they're not there. So,
but do you have question for a kid, do you have a responsibility to be there?
Yes.
Okay.
But so what that percentage is, I don't know what that is.
Okay, but you're saying that they're responsible, right? So let's say you had to oblige me. What would the percentage be for the parent that's not there, not doing anything at all for all intents and purposes, as opposed to the parent for all intents and purposes is trying even though they suck at it?
I would give them 30%.
Who?
The parent that's not there.
Damn. Okay.
That's about right.
Okay. All right, Japrice, you ready? I know your memory is, boy.
It's not good at all. I'm mom.
Exactly.
I know you kind of wanted to go. You wanted to talk to Nate and Flora a little bit, so go ahead.
Anybody. Being involved It's not the same as being in the home. Being involved could be picking up your child every other weekend, taking them to grandma's house, or going to one football game, two football games. So the impact of being involved is not the same as being in the home. Who is that child primarily with? The mom. Who's that child could put, there's so many times I went to my grandma's house and I was on my best behavior when I'm at home, like stuff like that. Like, so being involved is not the same. So that isn't, I think that whole like Black men are the most involved, it's like, it could be true, but it doesn't, the fruits of that, like the results don't show.
Okay, so you're saying there's no real impact to it, so we can tell this stat all we want.
So she just kills for argument. Then she just killed so many arguments though. If she go by that logic, she killed everybody's argument.
Well, maybe so, but she's saying that stop saying it because you being a weekend dad does not account for them other 14 days or 12 days between when you see the baby and not.
Well, obviously it does because
it can't overcome what's happening at those 12 days.
Why is it like that? It's like that. Why? Because the women don't allow the men to have more time with their children. The men don't give the custody to the fathers. The women don't allow that man. And
when men fight for custody in court,
wait. Now here's the thing. Now let go ahead and let Mr. Fantastic finish, y'all. Come on.
So, like I'm saying, this is the thing that
we're gonna get Aaron,
and it's actually been like studies about this and been coming up now. Parental alienation is caused the majority by women. Women are purposely keeping these, and thank you, Miss J, for shaking your head and understanding this. As a father that's been through it, and plenty of other men that's been through it, these women purposely keep these kids away, good fathers away from their children. So again, when you want to take that into consideration, or like I said, you choose an ain't shit father from jump. If you let these notorious nutters, a nigga that's already got 3 baby mamas, nut in you and give you a fucking kid, then you want to blame him, you're a dumbass. Okay? It's your fault for letting the man that didn't show you qualities of being a good man or father get you pregnant in the first place. That's why Lauren is right, and the mother has more culpability. Choose better fathers for your children and stop having all these different kids by different men. Black women have fucking hold on, stop. 60% of black women. Hold on, Nate.
60% quicker points. Come on, go.
60% of black women have multiple kids by multiple men. And as for the abuse shit that Fig was talking about, black women commit most of the abuse of children, clearly. And women are the cause for the men that they introduce to their children that abuse them. So even in that, women are culpable the most because they allow the fucking pieces of shit that are around them, and then they abuse the kids they damn self. I'm done.
Let me read these real quick. Let me read these before y'all windmill.
Before I forget, because
right about who we choose.
You know what, Lauren? I mean, Flora, just keep saying it in your head over and over. You won't forget it. All right.
I'm still gonna forget.
Write it down. Type it. You know what? You might get it back because Aaron still has to. He had a reply for you anyway, so you might get it back once he replies. The dating pool with the 2000s. JP just made their behavior black women's fault. I can't miss. Keith was popping. He said, just a donation. Hand salute. Red Pill Ranger was popping with the 2000s. Sick'em culture got plenty black men killed. Case in with the $2 says black people got more smoke for sassy men than thugs. UT with the $2 was popping. Says Lauren, you better not be talking from your phone. Nah, she's straight. Sean Brew, is that nah? Sean Brew with the $2 says, bro, that's pure bullshit. Show us that stuff. Chief was popping, Chief. Just showing love to my people. Pound, keep going. You already know. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says single mom's gonna make less income. So what's her point? Exclamation point. Women make less money than men in general. She arguing against her own point. JT was popping with the What We Know podcast with the $5 says at Lauren Mack. It's your turn to get trolled. Wait, damn you fine. Never mind. Carry on.
Brother.
As Abe with the $10 says, when you get a spot, let JP on. All right, I got you. Gary Grant with the $2 says 80% of all inmates are from single mother household. Facts. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says Flora is wrong. It's more involved fathers, but since one Pookie has 2 to 6 baby moms, it seems like it's not a lot. It's not a lot of involved fathers, but it's just them. See the pals with the $2 says, I swear, black women want black men to be 100% perfect in all things. Martin Luther King. Damn.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
They gonna bring you back, Fantasy. I got faith. So Martin Luther King dropped Fantasy for 20 minutes. Snuggles with the $2 says, how does abuse look and how does discipline look? Good question. Snuggles with the $2 says, explain the meaning of misandry. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, Ro, do you know how many black women have a degree? A lot of their kids do crime like a motherfucker and in gangs. Just look around. Super cat. Caesar Pals with the $10 says, in the United States, more predators are child abuse were women than men. In 2021, about 233,918 perpetrators of child abuse were women compared to 213,000 male perpetrators. Can I blame the mom now? Big Bad Bull was popping with the $5 says, does Fantastic think children would have a better chance in foster care than being raised by a single black mother? Bruh, gots to relax. Snuggles with the $2 says, how do people blame a person that was never there? Billy Grote with the $2 says, black women are the top abusers of kids. Fantasy Island Girl, not even close. As Abe with the $5 says, give Tay's spot up for a moment. She not contributing. Hater Heath with the $5 says, we are talking about 1% of black men being murderers, but casually say 70% of children are born out of wedlock. That makes me uncomfortable. Naker Slayer. UT with the $2 says, Lauren Mack, don't get in here being shy now. Hater Heath with the $2 says, women determine who is birth. So the dating pool with the $5 says, men don't want to take accountability for their absence, which contributed to the breakdown of the black family. Please take your share of the blame. Jamal with the $2 says, dads involved outside of the home still isn't ideal. Mr. Grant with the $5 says, the mom is to blame because she is there. Fathers are not there. Do you blame the waiter for the meat not being cooked? Martin Luther King with the $5 says, Fantasy Island Girl, a divester. She being disingenuous and her opinion is irrelevant. T.O. with the $5 says, neglect is abuse. Neglect failed to care for properly. Absence being away. HQ with the $2 says, 5% of men fight for custody. What happened to the 95%? Snuggles with the $2 says, does intelligence have the ability to choose wise? Christopher Lee with the $2 says, Chef Fantastic cooking it up in the kitchen. You can't make this up with the $5 says, if you claim success in your kid's success by yourself, then also claim the failures by yourself. Leaders take responsible to everyone on their watch. UT with the $2 says, Hamp super saver tonight. Oh my goodness. I think these niggas hate having a conversation, boy. Good God Almighty. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, women, when black women raise them alone and they mess up, they want to blame the men, but when the kid does great, they want to pat on the trophy.
I was just going to hit that point.
Well, usually the child is the one giving them the trophy because
they said free Fantasy Island Girl, but then Martin Luther King dropped her again. Good God. Kelly Bell with the $5 says, I just touted this involvement as a positive. Now it's a negative because its weekend dad has no effect. Last one because I'm finna be on super chat punishment. Romello with the $5. What's up, Romello? Says, question, can we find the data of fathers that have multiple baby mamas? About 20% of 70% of baby mamas. I don't know if that's is there a stat? Oh, they said free fantasy like that. Okay. Adonis was popping with the $5 says, Cree said free, bring fantasy back again. Adonis with the $5 says, as a part of the huge majority of black men with no kids, I will not take accountability for a child who is not mine. All right, Tay got 5. Well, all right, let me see. Real quick, let me see. So they brought fantasy back. Adonis said what he said. Aaron, do you remember your reply for Flora?
I do.
Go ahead.
All right, so I think here we go with these rising numbers. When you say that fathers' influence on children should reduce the amount of murders or reduce the murder rate and number of murder perpetrators are two different numbers. You can have an extremely small sample size of the community murdering a whole lot of motherfuckers, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that because fathers are in the home that the murder rate should plummet. If you got a couple of like shooters in the neighborhood and they're shooting up the neighborhood every day, then it's those couple people that are responsible for the murder rate going through the roof. Now, there are other metrics to look at when determining the influence a father has on a child, not just the murder rate. And it seems like in this conversation, everyone's saying, well, if the fathers were in the home or if that, it doesn't seem to have an effect because the murder rate's still high. Well, it affects other categories, sure. Helicopters, man, not planes. I'm up and down.
Keep the kids out of jail and then help them graduate from high school.
Can I respond to Aaron?
Yeah, you can respond. Yep.
Okay, so
just make sure y'all points nice and crisp.
Yes,
right? Then I want to get JP back in.
I wrote it down to land my plane. I'm like,
go ahead. Do your thing.
So we talk about fatherhood being this big issue in the Black community, right? That's contributing to all these men being in jail and all that stuff. But why is that not important with Black men supposedly having higher involvement rates, white men having lower involvement rates and having less murderers? Why is that not important? Why can't that be a correlation? Why don't we talk about that, right? And so my next point here is, if the issue is fatherlessness and single mothers raising all these, murderers, why is the fact that more Black men are involved and that doesn't change the murder rate? Why is that not another point that you pay attention to, right? Because if we're saying fatherlessness is leading to all these main issues that Black men have with adjusting in society, then how can you have more involved fathers? Then that should be making an impact. You guys are actually saying that fathers are more involved and that makes a better impact, but them being more involved is not making an impact. It's actually not moving the numbers at all. And
you're stating a mathematical fallacy.
Really, 10 seconds, and white men being less involved isn't making them more percentage of the murderers. So I just don't get that at all.
Hamp, so can I address this real quick? Real quick. Hamp, she's
not making them more murderers.
I thought you were done. Damn, you keep repeating the same thing. Stop. Hamp, she's stating a mathematical fallacy. She's stating the unknown that you could never know. We don't know that. You can't say that the number of fathers is not having an impact because you don't know what will happen if the fathers decreased. She's making a speculative assumption and just saying that, if more fathers were involved, even though it's in the numbers that it is, the numbers will be better. That's not something we could ever find out. She's just throwing fucking shit up against the wall. Everything she's saying is a mathematical fallacy, bro. It's a whataboutism and a what if.
What she was using is. Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
Real 2 seconds, real quick. Correlation is not causation. They're two different things. Causation, in this case, the cause of the murder rate is poverty.
You're right. That's why Black women being single mothers doesn't correlate to the issues that Black men are having. But you guys
can I say my point now, Hamp?
I just want to say something on the extremely involved because it was
go ahead. Let Miss Nay go, and then JP, since he got kicked off before, let him jump in real quick because we've been kind of addressing what JP said a little bit.
Yeah, somebody made a super chat talking about being involved and talking about baby mamas or something, and I was thinking, how can you be extremely involved if you have kids everywhere? So because you can't divvy up time between all of your children, so that could be another factor if you have multiple children in different places. So you're gonna have there's some outliers. There's gonna be some children that may fare better being in that single parent household where the father is not there, and there may be children that will not fare better and they become those murderous children because they're sharing their father who is not in the home with other kids.
Nay, now you're agreeing with me though. You proving my point now, Nay. You supporting my point.
I was just trying because I'm trying to understand it based off of that super chat.
Supporting my point. That super chat still made my point.
Still married to the point. We're just having
okay. I could go now, Hamp?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I want to say we not finna act like we don't know the difference between. We don't know when you go around a whole bunch of single mother communities. That is called the hood and the ghetto for a reason, right? And that in that neighborhood where Section 8 or Renaissance is where where there's nothing but women owning those communities and stuff like that. When they got the boys raised up in the communities, one is high poverty, right? It's going to be way more poverty and way more crime in that community compared to communities where in different type of neighborhoods where Black boys is subjected to where they turn out to be great. And I was finna ask Fantasy Island Girl like that question that Stat said. It's crazy how Fantasy Island Girl say you cannot sit up here and say single mothers and men don't want to take the blame for them not being there, but you want us to take the blame when you want us to be the toilet, when you want us to be y'all toilet so y'all can shit in, but you don't want us to take the blame when those same kids come from that community, become superstars or graduate from college, and the first thing you say, who say black women can't raise a boy to a man, right? So this is what I'm talking about. Women sign up for leadership, right? Y'all beg and fought for leadership in your communities. This is why I say women should not be leaders, because when shit fit, y'all would take the glory. Hold on. Well, y'all would take the glory when shit is going okay, but the moment shit fail, you want to find somebody else to blame. This is why I say women should never be leaders. Y'all only want the best results, and y'all don't want to take a look at the stuff that y'all failed at. Those black communities where the murders are taking place, all of these murders, old block, is nothing but women on Section 8 and they kids.
And
no mom guilt. You never heard of
Other
mom
outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Wow. Shout out to Martin Luther King. He said, "Drop the bozo." Hold on, we got one more. My fault. Y'all was about to start windmilling anyway, so I'm glad because I seen Flora was ready. Hey, Joseph, if you can't dance, just say that. See, JP, you can dance, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Other outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
DJ Ham
Good job, man. It's fantastic. Shit, man. This is fantastic. You can't dance, my nigga.
I dance on my back.
He said he can't dance, so you can lean. Damn. Get the girls with the hands on their knees.
Damn, man. Chill, Nate. You ain't that funny. Let me make the joke.
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, so all right. So we was arguing about
hold on, Hound. Look at the chat, Hound.
It's your turn.
I'll make you some money tonight, man.
Wait. Damn. Hey, yo, Fantasy, is she there? Fantasy, you there? Fantasy, she there? Hey, now that zipper a little bit far down. Pull it up a little bit. Yeah, that one. Yeah, yep. There you go. There you go. Turn it into a goddamn turtleneck. God damn it. All right,
I haven't touched my zipper all night.
All right, just making sure.
Like tatas or shoulders out.
I'm literally got nothing out. Like,
hey man, I'm just making sure. Goddamn. Even you see how Nate got a little arm out. I almost put her in the back for that. I don't play that.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question right quick? Like 2 seconds.
Right after this.
Other outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Agree with the 100 ball. I thought you wanted a conversation. Bring Fantasy back.
I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money.
So, can I ask you this quick question right quick, Ham?
Yes, sir. But now I know how you do me, JP.
Precise.
You fake it as a question, but it's really a comment.
No, it's a question. Do you
that nigga trying to beat getting kicked?
When you try to get the numbers of the violence of black men committing these crimes, right? And like I brought up, it's two types of black men. One that was raised from the single mother communities with no father, and the ones that did. Now, when you think about the history of black men before welfare came about, would you say those men was way more less violent, especially less violent with each other compared to after the welfare took place? Then they became, because when you think about the gangs, right? The gangs was more structured, more You know, they had a purpose of protecting the community. But when the fathers got removed and when welfare came about, that's when these niggas just went crazy against each other. What do you think about that? So the problem is the hood where the single parents at. They the problem. They the one committing the murders.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
You have a point. You have a point. You have a point because initially the gangs, like, what does CRIP stand for? Community, was it community repair and progress or something like that?
Same in Chicago gangs, Milwaukee gangs. They had a different type of purpose. They was doing stuff for the communities. They was feeding the communities. They was trying to. They was telling little boys to go to school.
I see why you were trying to get in, JP. Okay, it's only 10 minutes though.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Cellulite was popping, my boy. Will, but Flora got a $30 credit, so she still got a $20 credit if you want to drop her, Aki. Damn, but JP wasn't saying nothing too crazy though. When Ro put that stat out there, let me get Joseph. What's popping?
What's good, y'all?
What's goody?
Fantastic needed a little help. I'm not gonna let these women gang up on them. So we want to talk about stats again. Blues Clues. I'm pulling out my handy dandy notebook, and I'm gonna read some stats to y'all that shows that men are overwhelmingly better for children growing up due to economics. Due to education, due to just being better productive citizens overall. And single mothers is the detriment to kids and the way that the community it is nowadays. 60% of youth suicides come from single mother households. That's 5 times the national average. 90% of homeless and runaway children come from single mother households. That's 32% the national. That's 32 times the national average. 71% of high school dropouts come from single mother households. 40% are less likely to repeat grade if there were fathers in the fathers in the house. 75% of adolescent patients in chemical abuse centers come from single mother households. That's 10 times the national average. 85% of youths in prison come from single mother households. That's 20 times the average. 71% of pregnant teenagers come from single mother households. That's 14%, the national average. 43% of children live without or never met their fathers at all. That's 72%, the national average.
Can
anybody dispute that?
Well, here's what I want to ask though, because this doesn't resonate with me that well. Joseph, let me see what you think. I understand that the father isn't there, so I know I get all the analogies, right? But if I'm not there, how the fuck are people exonerating me for my responsibility? It's not computing well. I understand the numbers. I understand who you can blame, right? But if the head coach don't show up to the game and his team loses, they're gonna be like, head coach, where the fuck was you at? Right? Like and let me know if I'm bugging, but I'm just thinking like, and I understand the person involved sucks. These kids who make it to the NFL, whatever the kid, based on being a high school coach, they are making it, from my experience, in spite of their mom a lot of the time. You'd be surprised what we have to do to them kids that come from those homes because they don't have the support that you think they have, you know? But I understand that point. But how is the head coach not blamed for his team losing if he doesn't show up to the game? How is he not? Like, right? Or am I bugging? Like, I don't understand it quite. Like,
well, nobody's keeping that. If the head coach doesn't show up, that's kind of a loaded question, head, because the coach is supposed to be there because he's the head of the position, but he doesn't have the courts or other environmental factors stifling him from being there. That's the difference between a father and a head coach. A coach gets hired to do a job. A father is just a father, right?
Well, Ham, can I just say this real quick?
But he says a responsibility.
Yeah, but can we stick with the football analogy and say
Yeah,
this?
but a judge is not telling a coach he
Don't
can't
finish.
be there because he's not paying. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? Because of it, or because of his inability to pay, or because he just has a disgruntled, bitter a woman that he procreated with that's trying to basically, enhance her lifestyle. Because it's not even about parenting; it's
Okay, so
about
he's
furthering their lifestyle. What's the point of having a baby that costs $32,000 a month? I don't even spend that kind. A grown man won't even spend that kind of money on himself in a year to feed himself. $32,000 a year, and it's based on another man's income. And there's another glaring point that I want to make. I've never met a rich black woman that wasn't rich by proxy. So all of y'all talking about how y'all got this bag, y'all getting it by proxy.
Could it perhaps be like with
Y'all
the
coming
football
up off the
analogy?
men? The child support. I'm calling it out.
Y'all suckers and y'all get licked. That's
Not
why.
my story, but that's cute.
Can I say something real quick?
damn.
God
Well,
Could it be
or
perhaps like if the
was
somebody
one
gonna
that-
bring you back. Hold on.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
So Floyd, in order to bring Floyd back, you need $30.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Fresh. You've been chilling. What's popping?
Yeah, I think one of Fantastic's point where he was trying to make that, yes, even though the man is not in the household, if you are choosing a particular man, like say you're a woman and you choose a guy in the streets, obviously a guy in the streets is never going to be a good father. Or if he's in the trapping and you go and procreate with that guy, those guys, just based on their character, they will never be good fathers. So then if you're expecting those men to then just step up, then and what we're seeing is a lot of our women, unfortunately, they gravitate to those kinds of individuals. No, I'm not saying that all black women are sleeping with these kinds of guys. I'm not saying that, but we have a large, I would say a small majority of them. So if you have a majority, but it's a very small, it's just above 50% that do go with these guys, and we see time and time again. So I think that's what Fantastic was trying to say about that.
Y'all assuming the women are good though. Like these women attracting these men because that's who they are. Like
Let me say this. JP, let me ask y'all this real quick though. Okay. What do you say to the men though in these situations? What is your advice to the men in these situations? These hard situations, whether they brought on themselves, they fucking ain't shit women, etc. What do you say to the men that are having children that are doing poorly because they're in these circumstances? What is your advice to those men in those situations? Let me read this super chat and then we'll go JP 30 seconds, Aaron, and then all the fellas and the ladies can chime in that, because I want to understand. We understand what we say about women. We say it every day. So now I want to understand, what do you say? Because that pool, I understand he wasn't a head coach, but we cannot exonerate all of them like them niggas want them kids and then be there for them, but the women are pushing them all away. JP, we know niggas that don't give a fuck about their kids.
Yeah, that's up to you.
Let me just read this chat. Let me read this super chat. And see, here's the thing. I'm not delusional. I'm not fighting for one side. I want to get understanding. So it's very important that y'all got all the stats and answers. I want to hear the answers to the men that aren't in their children's lives. All right, so give me 1 second. Let me read these super chats. God damn it. Did I read this one already? Yeah, I did. I read this one. I read this one too, right? This one. Jamal was popping with it to us. As black women, do you know you can choose your child's dad?
Yes.
Yes.
No chasing with the $5. Blame the father because he was too much of a coward to take care of the seeds via neglect and abandonment. Damn. So they was fighting. They tried to drop Fantasy Island, but they were not successful. Anthony was popping with the $5. Can single moms be too busy chasing degrees and wealth to actually raise and discipline their children? If so, why have kids before married? Lux was fighting hard for you, Fantasy. Hero was popping with this analysis. If a single mother raises a successful college graduate, she will heap the praise. But if she raises a deleter, she blames the dad. How does that work?
Always.
Snuggles with the $2 says, when it's white, it's right. In black eyesight. Get the fuck out of here. Martin Luther King tried to drop fantasy. They ain't with the $2 says, the hood became the hood because black men, not black women. Adonis with the $5 says, this new data point will be used to push the Project 2025 proposal, which basically criminalizes single motherhood. Don't shoot the messenger. Really? The Day in Pool with the $2 says, convo is about black men, not black women. Take accountability, men. Billy Go Gruff with the $2 says, do you have an OnlyFans to run with your white hubby? Shout out to Creed, brought fantasy back. Cellulite was popping, my boy. Will said with the $20 says $10 for JP and $10 for Flora. And then Adonis brought JP back. And then they tried to kick Joseph. Will came back to drop Flora. She now had, you need at least 30 to bring Flora back. As Abe with the $12 says, that sounds bad, dad, to me. Stanisha with the $2 says, y'all keep acting like women don't gatekeep kids. Keith with the $2 says, he was never the head coach, Hamp. Okay. No Chaser with the $5 says, so if the fathers would stop pumping and dumping, they would recognize their children. Damn Rolling Stone. As Abe with the $5 says, that is so stupid to qualify someone who disqualified themselves. Child support and visitation is separated by courts, Joe. See, the Palace with the $10 says, Joseph for president. Bring him back. Snuggles with the $2 says, who has the power in the court system, male or female?
Whoever got the money.
Adonis with the $5 says, why? Don't interrupt my super chats no more, y'all.
Sorry.
Adonis with the $5 says, why is 50% of black men who are childless responsible for the over 60% of single mothers? That math does not compute, brother. Ham. Okay. Unpopular truth with the $5 says, Ham, if they're not letting him be around by law, how can you blame the man? Now, if the law was in place, you could blame the men, but not with the law. Okay. The dating pool with the $2 says, how did stats for black men turn into black women bashing? Enos, shout out to you, bro. Been a number for 3 months. He says, the problem is, Hamp, some, well, I don't use some, so clarify that for me, of these mothers have multiple head coaches. You have a Pookie up here giving you game. JP, think about it. It can get the It can get the cat, just buy you a drink. Ladies, stop the self-destruction. Salute to Cellulite Podcast at $20 says he's still stupid. His break ain't over. JP, get out of here. Damn. The Red Ranger with the $5 says, Hamp, these men don't be leaving. They were never there in the first place. Okay. Those men should have never been an option. Okay. Jamal with the $5 says, men would rather create another family with a woman he respects than try to father a kid with a woman he despises. Good God Almighty. Aaron. So there's a lot to unpack, especially with the super chats. I think it was actually great that we read them before we tried to answer the question. And again, Aaron, you know enough to know I'm asking clarifying questions and thought challenge provoking questions to see if we can get some different results during the conversation. Right? We know the stats. We heard them before. So Aaron, what say you to the men who are not in their kids' lives for several reasons? And we can also acknowledge the point that those reasons may be out beyond their control, a portion of it.
I'll be brief. Live on your feet. Die on your feet. Don't die on your knees, though. Get your shit together, my son. If you're going to pull the community down, contemplate that while taking a good long walk off a very short pier. Otherwise, get your shit together and produce. That's simple. You don't have to make it to the top, but you must do your best and stop fucking us up.
Damn. Okay. Die on your feet, don't die on your fucking knees, huh? Fresh. What you think? Oh shit.
Yeah. The question I want to answer your question, but here's what I'm thinking. If I have a friend who's not taking care of his kids, what can I really realistically do to make him take care of his kids? The most I can do is just talk to him and say, hey man, you're doing something that's wrong, but there's nothing I can physically do to him to make him take care of his kids.
Okay. I guess my question to you is, if he ain't taking care of your kids, is he still your friend?
No, then that's what I'm saying. He wouldn't be my friend, and I would stop being around him. But that still wouldn't solve the problem of him not taking care of his kids.
Okay, so you're saying that you can't do shit about it?
Well, I'm saying, what could any man do about that?
No, I'm saying, but is that your answer though? You can't do nothing about
it.
Yeah,
that's my answer. I don't think we can realistically, unless we're gonna round these guys up and, violence or force them to do it. There's nothing realistically anybody can do to really get these guys to take care of their kids. Even if as I said, even if I stop being friends with them, that doesn't solve the problem. They're still not going to take care of their kids.
Okay. Mr. Fantastic?
Mama's baby, papa's maybe, right? Again, that man, all I can do, man, is I guess lead by example. I'm with Fresh. You can't make no grown man do nothing, man, that he not gonna do. Now, like I said, I don't hang with or deal with men that don't take care of their responsibilities. But again, I still say that 9 times out, most fathers don't just stop being fathers. More fathers fight to be fathers and remain fathers than those that just walk away. And I don't know how and why y'all keep shitting on quote unquote weekend dads or summer dads or whatever, when again the court system has been biased for years on years on years, and these women do not want to give these kids up. These women hold these kids hostages. These kids use these women for a check. Shout out to Drea. We talking about a chick now that's 40 years old that's getting pregnant for a retirement fund baby.
Wait. So I know, Miss Feather, what are you telling the men?
I'm telling the men, bro, hey, if you don't make babies you don't plan on taking care of at the most part. But hey, at the most, if that don't happen, bro, I mean, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's a grown ass man, dog.
Okay, so you
I hurry up and get my point out before, because that Bonnie stuff making this shit lame, man. To be honest with you, we having a good conversation, and that shit became. You can't have a good conversation.
Now you hating. Now you hating on the money. I'll stop.
It's just yeah. I
mean, is it about the conversation or is it just about the money though?
Good question.
Well, what do you?
If you gonna have a fake conversation,
here's the thing. All right, so here's the thing. Then you understand that there's a system here. So then to address the system in the middle of the show makes sense to who, right? It would be in poor taste, right? So let's not do that. If y'all want to talk about it like somewhere else or like after the show, we can do that. But in the middle of the show to say that's lame and now we saying is the conversation real, that would be slightly disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
I know because I know you already have an issue with it overall, but just it's 700 people here. I know you said that before, regardless of this show. So I'm not trying to paint you in that light, but just in terms of the professionalism, that's all. So was it's all good. So was Mr. Fantastic done, and then JP, you could jump in.
Yeah, basically, just real quick again, man. Your analogy, football analogy. There's a lot of GMs picking multiple bad coaches, Hamp. Okay, there's a lot of GMs out here. That's the mother, that's the woman that chooses the motherfucking hire the head coach, and they're hiring all the bad ones and multiple ones at the same time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I would say when men have, because your question, Hamp, about should we take the onus of the man? I believe that men is zero responsible for the way this black community have turned out, especially if he's not there. Okay. I believe the black woman decided to choose the white man as the government to be her leader. And since the government became her leader, since she can't blame the government because the government don't give a fuck, now she want to shit on the man. No, you sided with the government and you literally fought against the man, and you want to take the lead. This is the government and the black woman community that they built together. So they are 100% responsible. Since the government don't want to help you, your white daddy don't want to come in and help you correct that problem. Now you just want to dump on the black man that you and the government teamed up against each other to fight against. A lot of times when men get in those in those situations, you already get the attorney's already on your side. It's men spending hundreds of thousands of fighting for their kids. If you so-called gave a damn about the black father being in the kids, why he in the court in the first fucking place? Who putting him there? Your ass. You putting that nigga there. The government not necessarily doing that. It's you. You are the problem. Then when you go in these communities, everybody's shooting up each other because you can't control no grown ass kid. Now you want to wait till the kid turn 13, 14. He been whooping on your ass. Now you want to sit up here, go with your daddy, blame it on your daddy, blame it on your daddy. No, take responsibility. That's your fault. Blame the government. That's your leader. You chose the government to be your leader. You divorce yourself. INDEP, independent shit. I don't need no nigga. So if you on one person, you don't need no nigga. But when stuff like this happen, all of a sudden it's the nigga's fault.
Where's the timer?
It makes sense. My bad for getting loud. It just crazy. And Miss J, you a cutie too. And no disrespect what I said earlier, him.
No, it's okay. I know you had that. Oh, you said that millions of times. You know what I'm saying? So I know it wasn't pointed strictly here. You know what I mean? But I just had to,
because this is a hot conversation.
Yeah. So, real quick, did anybody have a response to JP? Fantasy?
Me? Ladies first.
Hey, Prince. There's not a woman alive.
Dark Lake, what's popping?
Government over.
What's good, bro? Thank you so much for having me.
Go ahead, Fantasy. Go ahead. My bad.
I'm sorry, Fantasy. I was just saying. Sorry. Go
ahead, Fantasy.
There's not a woman alive that would choose the government over a good man that wants to take care of his kids and be a good spouse to her. There's not. The situation is just how you explain those children. Those children grow up to be men, and those men don't have respect for women. Like you just explained, those children been beating their mom over the head for all this time, and now they grow up into men. Those are the men that are out there causing the problems. So
they have to be shown respect for that.
Hold on, let her finish.
You're trying to tell us that is our fault, and we need to take accountability. Where in reality, this damaged child needs to take accountability and be a better man than he was in his childhood when he was beating up on everyone, and then he could be a better father. Then these children wouldn't be experiencing the things that they're experiencing.
You can't grow shit and expect rosy results, though. His foundation is you remove the dad and you expect him for something to be great. In order for that man to learn how to respect women, he had to be raised by a man. When you believe that y'all could raise a boy to a man, and you really believe this is the examples, and it's showing that you cannot raise a boy to a man. You can't give him that stuff. So it takes for a man. So when you say a good woman,
real quick, that's actually a good back and forth point that you hit. I got you, Joe. So I definitely got to get Drog and Dark Lake in. But that point, Fantasy, what do you think about that point that he just made, where women think they can raise boys, which cause even more divisiveness? Do you think that's true? Do you think women know they can't raise boys? And if so, why wouldn't they make
women know that they cannot raise boys by themselves, and that's why they expect the fathers to be present. And these men, even when they get their weekend warrior time, they have every excuse in the world for why they can't be there to be that parent that child needs. So I understand what you guys are saying. I'm just saying we are purposefully ignoring the fact that these men are not there for their children. They're not raising them to be good men. They're not helping them. They're turning them to shit by not taking care of them.
Okay, let's do this.
My brother is not one of those. He's a wonderful black man. He has one child and one child on the way. He's married. He's happy. He's a good black man. However, that does not change this topic that we're talking about. So I don't hate all black men. I'm just explaining to you why the absent fathers are the problem in the single mother community.
Let's do this because Japrice wanted to reply. So, and sometimes the ladies kind of sit back. So let me just go ahead, Japrice.
I wanted to give the example that you gave when it comes to football. I don't know football, so that's a disclaimer. But wouldn't it be from the man perspective that the coach, the players see that the coach's results, he's not a good coach. Yet the coach didn't tell you to show up on practice on Saturday, yet you still show up. Because you said that if the head coach is not there, then that falls on the coach. So wouldn't that be as like relationship wise? Why can't the single mothers give the children to their father, that they belong to him anyway? They have his last name. They have his last name, not yours.
That's a great question.
And
Hold
then
on,
whether that man is deemed to you he's not a good man or he's in the streets, those children have his DNA. Let him be in the streets with him. He a thug. He's thugging. The children gonna be thugs with him. Those are his children. Let him deal with that. So I think that is a huge problem too. So I don't know if you guys understood my analogy when it comes to the coach is not
terrible, but we understand what you're saying.
He's not winning Super Bowls, but yet you're not gonna switch. You're gonna still come show up to practice on Saturday. He's not telling you to show up.
Yeah. So he been a bad coach for 40 years, and they still letting this motherfucker coach.
You're not gonna switch.
When that coach should know he's a bad coach and give up that damn position. Okay. Fantasy reply, and then yeah, you can address it quick, and then I want to get Drog and Dark Lake because they knew, and then go right over to Joseph. Go ahead.
Okay, so we keep saying, why don't we give the children to their fathers? But in 91% of custody cases, the parents mutually decide to give custody to the mother. So that means these men are not fighting these women for these children to have primary custody of these children. 91% of the couples agree that the child should be with the mother. That is the father saying that he cannot take the responsibility of being the head of household for him and those children. That's what that stat is saying to me. What is it saying to you?
Absolutely not.
What is that stat saying to you?
Hold on, hold on, JP. Hold on just a second. Let the Drog. Is it possible for you to respond to what she said, or did you want to make an entirely different point?
I just want to ask a question. I didn't know if I got Fantasy Island Claire. Did she say that she have a kid with a black? Is that with a black husband or something like? Or you have a kid?
I have 2 kids by my ex-husband.
And you said that he's a good man, right?
No. I did not say that, or I would be his wife still.
What about a good father?
We were married before we had kids. If he were a good man, why would I not be with him? Why am I with a new man?
Why you being aggressive? Come on, we're just asking a question. Come on, calm down, relax.
But then why say that you said? I didn't say.
I asked a question.
Ask a question. Don't tell me what I said. I know I didn't say that.
Why are you being so aggressive?
I'm not being aggressive. I'm explaining to you. I know I didn't say that. So don't put words in my mouth.
What was the first thing I said? I said, I thought I heard you said. All you have to say is, I did not say that. But then you have to be aggressive. You can't
express to me how I answer your questions. You're questioning me. I'm responding to you. I believe I'm responding to you in an appropriate manner. I'm not cursing you out. I'm just explaining, no, he's not a good man. No.
Him being a bad man makes you a great woman, though.
No, it has nothing to do with me. That's the point.
Please.
So real quick, who was saying something? Who said that?
I did. I wanted to say something.
Let me just clarify this real quick. So Fantasy had a $30 credit. The Red Pill Ranger kicked her off. So she'll be off for 20 minutes unless somebody pays the dub to bring her back. And I need to bring some energy back into this room real quick.
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Red Pill Ranger with the 50 ball says, get this bed wench gone. I can't stomach her speaking on black men. She already opted out, so go fix Chad. Her choice is hers, but she's not part of the conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hemp.
Was it
my father.
Go ahead.
My father told me what I'm about to say. He told me this. I'm not for sure if this actually, of course, I mean, you guys, the men, you let me know if this is true. It may not be like something that
Go ahead. You good? Just talk.
But my dad said that if the man likes the woman, it's easier for him to, I don't want to say take care of his children, but he can stomach it. He can stomach, like, because if he doesn't like her, he's love her or in love with her or whatever at one point, it makes it easier for him to at least look at her or at least try to co-parent with her. But if he doesn't like her, she's, it was maybe a one-night stand or whatever the case may be, it makes it kind of hard for him to take care of the offspring that he made with the woman.
So okay, my answers to be real quick. And Dark Lake, you could jump right in, bro. Or no, well, Drog has something Dark Lake, and then you can jump right in. So my man Fuego Boss told me, Japrice, that he was pro-life until his ugly bitch got pregnant. Then he became pro-abortion. You think he wilding?
No, because I mean, of course, this pertains to a particular type of guy, but if we're thinking about it, you know, the Pookies or whatever, and the 80% of the children are being born out of wedlock. The women that you see that are having the children by these guys
aren't the best.
Aren't the best. And they, you know, the way that the men speak about them, like, oh, she did it. He don't like her, so he don't want to have nothing to do with her. He don't want to take care of those children. He really don't like them because he didn't intend to have children with her.
I just wonder, she was so undesirable, but he raw dogged the joint, right? Do you think that's contradictory?
Because having sex to a man having sex is like peeing, right? It's not as deep as it is for us women. So it was a yawn.
Yeah, that's a fact. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Go ahead, Drog, and then Dark Lake.
Yeah, I thought you guys all you guys hear that she was saying, yes, I do have a black a kid by a black man, and yes, he's a good man. Didn't Fantasy Girl say that, and then she tried to change her statement?
No, she said I think she was talking about her brother or something, because she said there was one kid on the way. Because she said they had one kid and then one kid on the way, so she was talking about somebody else, because she has two kids with her husband. So by nature of that would eliminate him from being that person.
But she did say he was a great father, though. She did say her ex-husband the black man was a great father.
I think she was talking about a family member, her brother.
Yeah, I think she was talking about her brother. Yeah.
But I've heard her say before on other shows that her ex-husband is a great father. I've heard her say that before.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that too. And then it's like she's trying to change her statement because the point that she made earlier. That's why she's trying to double down on the point that she made, that if it was a great man, there's no woman that would leave a man that is a great dad. That's why she's trying to change her statement.
Hey, Drop, can I ask you a question right quick?
No. Let's get Dark Lake in. My bad. Yeah.
I just want to make
we'll roll back around.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for having me on the show, DJ Hamp. It's a crazy, enlightening conversation. I think the thing is I want to say something about what Fantasy Island Girl said, because I got no problem with Fantasy Island Girl. I think she's cool. It's just that everybody on YouTube knows that I'm a defender of the black male image. So she says that her ex-husband isn't a good man, and to her perspective, she could be right. However, if you asked her two kids if their father is a good man, I'm pretty sure that the answer is going to be different. Okay. Sure. Okay. That I just wanted to throw that out there. No offense to Fantasy Island Girl, for real. Can you please, DJ Hamp, put up Flora's most recent super chat? Because I'm happy she left that super chat, if you could find it. Because that's the reason why I wanted to come on the show.
I didn't even read the super chats yet.
Okay, she said, where is she? There we go. Okay.
Flora with the $5 says bandits don't ever want to address the violent culture of men, and it's sad.
All right, and shouts out to Flora, and congrats, Flora, on your monetization on your channel. But that idea is why I wanted to call into the show, because she was the one who was also earlier in the show projecting this idea that, like, we black men are a demographic of our own. That when it comes to measuring the violence of black males in society, right, that's black males doing it. And that's the problem that I have with some black women judging the violence that black men incur in society as if we are a separate unit from them, as if whatever they do have no ramifications to the violence that's incurred in the overall community. Jay Prince for President had covered a show on his show where I forget the place it was. He was either Detroit or Chicago, I forget, but it was a story where essentially a black woman married to a black man, they were living together. They had some sort of confrontation dispute. He kicked her out of the place. She went to her two brothers, right, and said and lied, because she was angry that he kicked her out the house, lied and said he's abusing me. He's physically assaulting me. And it
Florida?
was I don't remember which state it was.
Yeah.
Maybe
Detroit.
Oh, Detroit. Okay. Lie. And I'm not trying to cast all black women under the under the same umbrella, say that all black women do this. I'm not. I'm just using this as an example, right? Essentially, she got her two brothers riled up. Oh my God, he's putting his hands on her sister. So they go and break into his house, the two brothers, right? And then the man, her husband, shot and deleted one brother and shot and just wounded the other, I believe, right? So this is why I think this whole conversation, when it comes to black women judging violence, as if it's separated from them, is that on the books, DJ Hamp is going to show that this was a violent crime committed by 3 black males.
Right.
That is what's measured. That is the statistic that is on the books, which is added to the violence of black males. What is not measured, what is not researched, what is not in the statistic is the proxy violence that black women incur in these violent circumstances. And for whatever reason, society does not want to research or measure such proxy violence, right? That is involved in the actual violent crimes that black men commit. So that's why, and I'm not saying that violent crimes amongst black men shouldn't be looked at, shouldn't be fought against. It is a bad thing in our community. I'm saying don't get on shows, black women, and make it seem like it's just black men doing that over there, because that's not the actual facts, and that's a disingenuous notion to project.
Okay, Dark Lake, couple things, Dark Lake. So yeah, I get it. So the catalyst to the crime needs to be addressed, right? There should be a conspiracy charge of some sort, right? Because I say this all the time, Dark Lake. You go to the hood right now, the first grave about $1 one, the second one about a woman, I guarantee it, for a multiplicity of reasons, to your point. However, does that same logic stand when these single mothers are taking all the blame?
They need to take the blame, though, Hammer.
Listen what I'm saying, because I'm not listen. I'm asking Dark Lake because he presented it, which is valid, right? But I'm just saying, I'm just thinking through what you said. You feel me? So the reason why, right, even though that reason's not there per se, didn't actually do the shooting, it was still 3 black men. The catalyst has to take some blame when it comes to this crime. So now I'm just thinking that father is uberly important. He's not there. The blame has to be shared, or am I? You think it's a logical fallacy there?
No, it's not a logical fallacy. No, you're right. It's not a logical fallacy. Of course, the blame should be shared, and that's, I don't know about any other black man, but that is what I have been trying to project. And when I hop on panels and I have discussions like this, right? And the thing about it is, you have to blame the man that's not there and the woman who's choosing the type of man who wouldn't be there. The problem with the people judging the manosphere is essentially it's like for decades it's only been the black men who weren't there who were blamed. Like, and it's not just some internet stuff. This used to be mainstream on Oprah, on different talk shows, mainstream media that never considered the other side of the story. So you're right. Black single mothers should not be the only people who are blamed for the negative statistics in our community, right? If the single motherhood is causing the negative statistics, it's both sides that should be considered. And all we're doing is black men. We're fighting against the rhetoric that it's 100%. We hold 100% of the onus of the negative statistics.
Dark Lake, do you think? Damn. Oh, what the fuck I was gonna say. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think men are the leaders, like natural leaders?
Are the natural leaders? We are the natural leaders, but we're not living in a natural society. We're living in a society of simulacra. Well, no, we're living in a society of simulacra and simulation. It's like idea that was written in a book by Jean Baudrillard, based in the featured in the movie The Matrix. Okay, it's an idea that you live in a society where, and I'm not going to go on a whole rant. I'll just cut it short like this. It's an idea that there's an original of something, but you have a system and pattern around that original that people follow. Right? Okay, so naturally, I see Lauren Mack over there. Right? If I want Lauren Mack to do something, I'm a man. I'm physically stronger than her. I could force her to do it. If I say walk across the street, she says no. I'm the man. I'm the leader. You're gonna walk across the street. I could grab her hand and across the street. But we're living, and I'm not saying that's the right thing to do. I'm telling you what I'm capable of doing.
Pseudo reality, because violence,
Exactly.
you can't engage in violence. That makes it kind of fake in terms of our leadership can be questioned because violence is off the table.
So men are not leaders pertaining to the pseudo society that we're living in, the simulacra that we're living in. So it's not fair to say if we can't incur women to do what we want by our natural abilities, then we're not leaders. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. So I'm just thinking those men being manipulated to the point where they shooting and killing each other. I'm just like, that's 3 stupid ass niggas that crashed out. Crash outs, like, and I'm just wondering, around the way, are we blaming the women for niggas crashing out? You know what I mean?
Well, is it crashing out to defend yourself though?
Hold on. No, I'm asking Dark Lake because he proposed it, so I'm just going. He just got here, so I'm just going down. I'm just asking these questions. You say some better shit, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So what you think, Dark Lake?
You said it's 3 black men
in the Detroit situation. Yeah, so
the thing about it is people need to know that men are going to protect what's theirs. If you have 2 men, no matter what the race, who breaks into your house, you protecting your property.
Sorry, the 2 crash outs. My bad. 2 crash outs. The one just defending himself.
Well, yeah, it's them being stupid. They weren't considered. They just believe their sister. Right? They weren't considering any other side of the story, which is why I am wholeheartedly against fucking simps. Okay? Because that's what simps do. Just listen to it. I'm not saying that every woman is lying, but if you just listen to what a woman has to say without considering both sides of the story and doing your research, then it causes problems like this. And it's not just about black people, this is something that people do in general, right? So what I'm saying is that since we have all these nuances and things to consider, right? We can't just be judging black men solely, separately. Oh, this is what black men do. This is the violence that they incur. That's what I have an issue with. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, 100%. And in terms of, because Dark Lake, to your point, when making an argument, you know, with the because we need to be accountable for these kids doing bad, and if we're not there, the same has to apply for all the violence in the community. Everybody's complicit because everybody has a hand in it. Stop acting like black men are just out here killing each other on their own accord when women are oftentimes the catalyst. That makes sense. Joseph, what's up?
Yes, sir. Dark Lake, man. Nice to see you again, man. You always got that. You always got the jewels, man. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. But what we're watching here tonight, this is actually a miseducation and an indoctrination and an effeminization of men. I just read The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. Do you know Carter G. Woodson? Do you know that there are men who are who have gotten a woman pregnant, talked to her about it, right? And she decided, because men have no reproductive rights, that she's not going to get rid of the baby under any circumstances. No matter the financial situation, the lack of immaturity, doesn't matter, right? So you have men that are indoctrinated to say, hey, I'm going to put myself on child support. I'm going to subjugate myself to a lifetime of misery, you know what I'm saying, just to kind of, I don't know, lessen the wound. I'm probably using the wrong terminology, but it's an indoctrination. If a man is indoctrinated to go to the back door, he will. And if he doesn't have a back door, there he will demand one, right? There are men that are actually doing this. And my question to Fig before she got booted off, what do you consider help for men, from men to single mothers, right? The answer is very clear. The answer is money. Money talks bullshit. Money talks, everything else catches the A train, right? So my question, I had brought this up on another panel before. If women weren't incentivized to have children, would they stop having children? Because I watched a skit with Just Hilarious that came out about maybe a year ago, and it was made in satire, but it spoke volumes to me. How women are just passing their kids off to other people because they're tired. Because they're tired. You know, mama needs a break. That was the hashtag that was going around for months. It was oh, mama's tired, mama needs a break. But these are the same women that are having kids willy-nilly. I don't understand, but they're saying that men are running away from their responsibilities. I don't understand that. If women weren't getting incentivized to have children, I don't believe they would. This is the reason why I believe that there's a lot of, if you've been to New York lately, I live in New Jersey. New York is full of homeless people. And the overwhelming majority of that are young black men. Because what's going on right now is the government is starting to turn the tap off. They're not paying these mothers to take care of these children anymore. It's called financial abortion. They're already starting that overseas in places like Norway, because right now it's on the Senate floor right now. They're asking the question, is child support embezzlement and extortion? Montana is one of the states that actually repealed child support.
Okay. And yeah, we're gonna do final thoughts. I just want to read these super chats. I just want to ask Joseph one question. Don't we see a decline already in child birthing rates?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do.
Okay.
I think that's mostly teenage pregnancy.
I think that's
mostly
down.
Teenage pregnancies
I thought that
are
was down. No, is it down? Maybe
Yes.
not. Okay, all right. Sean Brewer with the $5 says black women get everything needed to take care of their child. If the man not there and they still fell badly. Thanks, welfare / Democrats. Congo with the $10. Aaron, need more people. Godspeed. Aaron, he sent that when you said, what's the solution for these niggas having the babies and etc. Valerie with the $5. I didn't read what you wanted to say, Val. Enos with the £2 says 1 in 5 mothers have multiple head coaches. Damn. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, head coach still not throwing, catching, or tackling. A good coach will have them prepared if he there or not. Michigan all season. Yeah, I think you're right. It was 6 games. Hold on. Don't let me. Ask Abe with the $5 says, what is the difference between a man who leaves their children and a woman who leaves their children? Make it make sense. No Chaser with the $5 says, y'all make it seem like these head coaches have no autonomy. Flora with a member for a month. Salute. She said, great show, Hamp. I expect the bandits to run from the smoke, but I'll be back for more bandits. UT with the $2 says, facts, JP. Flora with the $5 says, bandits don't ever want to address the violent culture of men, and it's sad. Zagu with the $2 says, JP, facts. Our community's been a matriarchy for 40 years. See, this Palace with the $5 says, Hamp, we have lots of videos with black women in the 70s talking about just having basic babies with men and not caring about the fathers in the home. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
PBL made a whole documentary about that.
Y'all chill. Let me just get through these. P. Israel with the $5 says, single father homes produce the same statistic as 2-parent homes. These women breed with men way out of their league. Legal paternity surrender is needed. Degenerate was popping with the $2 says, really, JP, 0%? We got to take some accountability.
Nope.
Sonny Black with the $2 says, men are always GMs and women try to head coach. Black Ice with the $5 says, people keep saying men and women, not pointing out that a bulk of childbirth are being had by teenagers and young adults. That's what Joseph just said too. Striking it rich with the £5 said, JP is getting emotional because this shit hits home. Just because he doesn't speak in an eloquent manner, it doesn't take away from his overall point. I said that like 3 weeks ago, right, JP? We had that conversation. Yep. So let's do this. Let's get Fresh in for his final thought. Go ahead, Fresh. We'll go around. You heard?
Yeah, so I think, tonight was a very good conversation. I think where we're kind of just misinterpreting, sometimes when we have these points, sometimes we just need to try and comprehend what the other side is saying. And then we'll probably be able to have like a greater conversation. I think personally, like with this conversation, what I've realized is that a lot of times it's not that men are saying that, hey, men are great and we're all this grand, but we're saying, don't just say all men. Call out the characteristics of the men who are doing the stupid stuff. So like, I'll give an example. Like we're having the conversations there. Women are saying, men are not taking care of their children. That could be, that's true. But we're saying, call out the men that are doing it. What are the characteristics about these men that they're not taking care of their children? So if they're in the streets, if they're on the block, if they're in the trap house, you get what I'm saying? Don't just say men, call out the characteristics of the men that are doing these things. And I think if when we do this, we'll be able to differentiate the good from the bad. But if you just put a blanket statement and just say, oh, men, then obviously we're not going to get to the root of the problem, which is what type of men are doing these things. And then that's just my final thought on this conversation today.
That's fair. Put a name on it, right? That's fair.
Yeah, salute to everybody, man. And thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Indeed, bro. Be safe. You heard?
All right, fresh.
Aaron, what's popping? Final thought?
Yeah, I gotta give flowers to the ladies, man. Earlier tonight, they rose to the occasion and did their best to provide and analyze some stats. Fumbled with the calculator a couple times, but I think they were pretty objective relative to their reputation. And they were willing to give men flowers in the places that counted, and that where we deserve it. You know what I mean? So shout out to the ladies. Shout out to the women's POV tonight. That was a dope representation. Dope conversation all around. DJ Hant, you already know, brother. Pappy Van Winkle to you all day long, man. I wish I could have heard more from young lady next to me, Lauren. But good to see you on the panel, my dear. I always see you in the chat. You holding it down. So keep that up. We definitely need you in the chat to keep things moving along. But other than that, JP Joseph, you already know what it is. Thanks again, but great show, man. We needed this, and we got to keep it going. All positivity. You know what I mean?
Sir, I love you. I think this was solid for sure, man. Lauren, we getting Lauren acclimated, man. She sucks at being on the panel, but we're gonna get her to a serviceable. Lauren, any final thoughts?
Yeah. I think y'all need to stop going off of statistics for one. I will start there. And then y'all need to stop blaming each other about every single thing.
Stop going off statistics?
Yeah.
Okay, go on. I just didn't hear it clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, statistics they're not good. Because they can go both ways. So it's just kind of how you interpret them. Yeah, the fact that y'all are trying to figure out how to blame the other party is not helping. So let's just stop and let's just all be involved in our children. How about that?
Indeed.
She a little sharp, but I got some smoke for her.
Come on.
No smoke. Final thought. Go ahead, JP.
I would say one, when it comes to like, okay, how can I put this? When men, okay, I think when it comes to black men, our biggest
1 minute.
Our biggest fault is we be too busy want to fuck all the time, right? And we don't want to tell these women the truth. Now, Lauren came on here. She got a good, pretty face, but based on her premise and the way she viewed things, the way a lot of these so-called beautiful women is like gaslighting us men. That's when we should learn that she's not on your team. So trying to get with her is like getting with the enemy. She is in agreement with the way how the stuff been going. She's not interested in changing nothing. It's fine where she is okay with the women is still upholding that government. And clearly that government done did nothing but help mess up the community. And yes, black men shouldn't have zero responsibility of something that he did not help create. Outside of giving a seed, if the government and that woman created this stuff, you can no longer blame that black man to shit on. No, just like when Joseph brought up, these women was telling that white man that she didn't need no father and that she could raise her kids on her own. So since you thought you could do it yourself, you are 100% responsible for your actions. It's crazy how y'all tell us men that we got to be, when we out there making poor choices and all this other stuff, that I got to be responsible 100% for whatever decision I make, but these women can't. They signed up for this. I wish we stop feeling sorry for them and stop wanting to fuck all the time and tell their ass the truth. They need to be told the truth, and they need to be told the truth hard because one more thing, I'm gonna close with this. Please let me say this. Close with this.
20 seconds.
When you brought up the men that got deleted in that thing, yes, the man. No, the problem was the woman, because had the woman would have never been involved, 3 men would have been, 2 men would have been, 1 man would have been dead, 1 would have been shot, and the other man they had to shoot him. So what is in front of that chick? None of this stuff, and that's how it all turns out every time. It's always a bitch that get us killing each other. They are the problem, and somebody need to tell their ass the truth. You the problem.
Yeah, man. The passion 100%. Is there. The passion is there.
We sorry, JP.
No, because I got cousins is dead behind a fucking bitch.
All right, let's let JP. Joseph get his final thought, man. Final thought, okay. Joseph.
All right, I'm gonna break it down Barney style for y'all.
Sorry,
one finger, right? You have this one finger. This one finger stands alone, but if you combine the other 4, you can make a fist, right? We are all stronger together than by ourselves. That goes for mothers and fathers. I think that people just want the title of being parents without being parently, motherly, or fatherly. Particularly, and finances have came into it. That's disrupted the whole thing. People just stop trying to fix problems and just try to outlive them. That's the point that I was making about child support. There was a hashtag, something that was going around where they was talking about child support, that the government is starting to put child support on credit cards, where they're going to keep a detailed list of what women are spending their money on. And you should have saw Shea Butter Twitter. They were going, I damn near broke the internet. You should have seen how mad they were. Oh, it's not the government's business what I do with my money, but you're taking the government's money. I don't understand that concept. This is what I want to say. I want to read a quote by Cicero. Bear with me a second. It says, a nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known and carries his banner openly. But the traitor moves amongst those within the gate freely, his sly whispers rustling through the alleys, here in the very halls of government itself. For the traitor appears not to be a traitor. He speaks in accents familiar to his victims, and he wears the face in their arguments. He appeals to the business that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of the city and infects their body politic so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to fear. This is my quote from Cicero, and this sums up Black women and the Black community in the aggregate. Thank you very much for having me.
No doubt. I just want to say, man, everything that I subject myself to, I can't blame nobody else but me. Every decision I made is on me, period. Being locked up was on me. Being outside was on me. Going to school was on me. All of it. Shout out to hold on. I let everybody just finish their final thought. And shout out to my family for sure, right? But you got to take the good with the bad. I've never seen women just controlling the shit out of me. But I have definitely done some wild shit. But at the end of the day, I made the decision to. We got to get a lot of this shit corrected, B. What Joseph said was there. What JP said was there. What Aaron said was there. And what Lauren said was there. So if everybody had a point, everything needs to be considered. We got to make changes on both sides. I'm blessed to have a son. He's my youngest child. He's 1. I'm trying to change his mindset to where dick discipline is actually a thing. To where I'm not telling him, fuck all the bitches that you need to. And if the women come and say, "Oh, he gonna get all the girls," I'm gonna say, "Shut the fuck up," because that's not the way anymore.
Yeah, right.
And my daughters, I'm gonna say, "You be the most desired girl you can be, and your body is sacred. Daddy not always gonna be there, but if she can hear me while she making decisions, hopefully we'll get better results." We gotta address it all, point blank, period. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Laura Mack, meet me in the back. I want to talk to you.
Y'all motherfuckers is stupid. I'm doing my final thought. I'll let you read the whole poem. Nobody said nothing.
My bad, son.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. But just let's consider it, man. The community is uberly important. JP, we got kids. We got to do the right thing with these kids, B. Point blank, period. You know?
No facts.
Yeah, so just meet me at the top, God damn it.
It's just crazy to me, Ham, when they be saying that they independent, but yet they taking the government assistance. How you independent and the government is taking care of you?
JP, it's okay. You know, we our people are.
Women take accountability though, Ham.
Well, I know, but right now they're not here, right? So I'm just talking. So like, y'all people are destroyed for lacking.
I just need to know because I need assistance with getting assistance.
Laura Mack, take accountability for black.
Y'all gonna have a
I
stupid
just want
argument.
assistance. Give me that.
Let me just finish this out with Aaron real quick because y'all want to talk about that. All I'm saying is this, right? We do this. Think about it. Yeah, they not independent. Stop it. And then we be looking at block names. We'll die for a block that we don't own a piece of property on. The stupidity is rampant. The delusion is more rampant than we give it credit for on both sides. That's all I'm saying. That's why this conversation was dope. So hopefully we can break it down and continue to break it down and learn from it. You feel me? Yep. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. Tomorrow, I'm bringing the generations together. 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have the conversation. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.